Can we turn to, hey, I want to see your face. And we have GSD reunion again.
You see me?
Hello and good morning from Germany.
Hello. Do you remember? Okay, I think you need to see our face. You need to see all the critics.
Yeah, it's here. See that?
Okay. Okay. Am I blocking someone? Hey, do you guys see the couple from the left-hand side?
Yes.
Dongwu, especially you, Dongwu.
I only see the project screen.
Ah,
What's
well,
going
can
on?
you turn to the
Like the member view on the
So
side.
just double click on the little icon and then you have it.
Yeah, I did.
Don't use the full screen.
大娃娃好，
Hello, Grandpa.
我一起人们能
对对对对。Dongwu, do you see Lydia?
Yeah, now I see.
Yes.
Now I see. Yep.
Dongwu and Yuefeng, they're right here. So it's a little GSD reunion again.
Hello.
Hello. Okay, so maybe we can begin our project. So this semester we have the meditation space at Al-Azhar Park, Cairo. And what we want to do in this project is we have a historic site of Cairo. It's a park, the park in the center, and then and we have the historic citadel right next to the park, and we have different city contexts. We'll see later on from the presentation. And then the project is we're trying to do two programs. One is the individual meditation space, individual or like selective amount of people. And the second one is a sort of communal space shared by people from different social stratification of the city. So we have altogether 8 projects in here. And let me introduce our critics today. So we have Mr. Bao Pao, Bao 老师. And he's an artist, a famous artist, sculptor, and also an architect. He was in 1961, he joined the sculpture department of the Central Academy of Fine Art. In 2002, he became interested in the work of Matt and has been an artistic consultant for Matt for over 20 years. And he's been a creator and artist and in many events. Hold on. Give me a second. Let me do a more detailed introduction about each critics.
站在那边，因为那个摄像头在这边，你站在内侧。
Okay. And in 1980, he participated in the Star Art exhibition. In December of the same year, he gave a lecture on our tradition in West, modernity at the Central Academy of Art and Craft. In 1985, he founded Jiyuan Environmental Art School. In 1987, he organized the Environmental Art Seminar. In 1993, he designed and constructed the Chinese National Style Garden at Art Museum. Okay, let's welcome Mr. Bao Pao. 我中文再讲一遍吗？还是不用了啊？那我们感谢我们的这个包老师，他是这个1961年加入这个中央美院的雕塑系，1980年参加这个新型美展，同年的12月与中央工艺美院讲我们的传统与西方的现代。 1985年办这个曲阳环境艺术学校，1987年策划环境艺术研讨会，1993年设计施工中华民族风情园美术馆，2002年开始关注这个 MAD 的马岩松他们这个 MAD 的这个工作室的工作。好，我们感谢咱们的包老师的加入。好，谢谢包老师。谢谢。
可能那个简要一点，因为那个后面。
Okay, 好。
马上就4点半了。
好。And we also have Professor David Gersten. He's going to join us at 6 p.m., 6 a.m. at New York time. And Professor David Gersten, he is the founding. He's an artist. He's the founder of Art Letters and Numbers, and he's a joint partner of Myanmar LLC, and he's also a founder of Tree Time Workshop, and he's a New York architect, author, educator. He's a visiting professor at a graduate study division at RISD, and he's a founding director of and he's also a graduate of Cooper Union in New York, where he taught since 1991. He was a vice president and executive president of Cooper Union. And we have Ms. Song Fangzhou, who is a co-founder of Design Reserve. She has got her BFA and BArch from RISD, Rhode Island School of Design, and she got her MAUD from GSD Harvard. Prior establishing Design Reserve, she worked as a senior urban designer at ACOM Shanghai office. Let's welcome Ms. Song Fangzhou. And then we have Yue Feng. Professor Yue Feng is a co-founder of Design Reserve, and he got his BArch and MArch from Tsinghua University. He got his MAUD from GSD Harvard. He's also a teaching fellow at Shanghai Jiaotong University. Prior establishing Design Reserve, he worked as associate at AIDA's Hong Kong and Beijing office. Let's welcome Mr. Yue Feng. Okay, and we also have Professor Luo Jing. She's going to come later, and we'll do the introduction later. And let's do a brief introduction of the 4 professors of the studio. We have hold on, Christopher Hesse, right? Hesse. I'm sorry. He's a founding. What? He's
Correct.
Correct. Okay, perfect. He's a founder of Christopher Hesse Architect. He's a former visiting professor at the University of Kassel. He's got his Master of Architecture in MAUD from Harvard GSD, and he got his diploma in architecture from ETH with honor. And we also have let's welcome Professor Hassett. And we also have Professor Dongwu Yim, and he's a co-founder of Proud, P-R-A-U-D. He's assistant professor at Honggi University. He got his graduate master degree in urban design from GSD Harvard. And he's also got his bachelor degree at Seoul National University. Let's welcome Professor Dongwu Yim. Hello, Dongwu. And you have me and Professor Xiaojun Bu, and I am a co-founder of Atelier Auto Architects. I get my MAUD from GSD Harvard and my BArch from the Cooper Union. And Professor Xiaojun Bu got his Bachelor of Architecture and Master of Architecture from Tsinghua University, and his MArch from Harvard University. He's also a co-founder of Atelier Auto Architects PLLC. Okay, welcome. And let's have Chris. Do you want to do a little introduction about the project and the site?
Yeah, sure. Do you have maybe an aerial or something like this, or shall I just say a few words?
Just say a few words, or we can project an aerial photo. Neo.
Okay, so so this is actually not the first studio that we are doing together. The last studios always were relating between, let's say, sites in Kassel and in China, in Germany. For last time, we worked on the topic of Documenta, the World Art Exhibition that happens every 5 years. And this time, due to some like very nice contacts, we selected the site called Al-Azhar Park in Cairo. It's kind of the, the central park of Cairo in Egypt. It's an amazing space. Probably we will hear more about it today when the students speak about their analysis and the projects. That's why I want to make it short. It's sponsored by the Aga Khan Trust, the Aga Khan Foundation, and it's an amazing open space which kind of transformed the local situation in a very positive way and had a huge influence on the whole city fabric. So it's not only about, let's say, environmental improvements and urban improvements of the city, it's also about the social improvements and the economic improvements. And it gives a lot of pleasure and leisure time opportunities for the locals, but also for the visitors. So it's a very nice and popular space. And we were very happy to go deep into this project. Also, 2 weeks ago, we had a very nice lecture by Professor Sadi Badawi, who is the head of Al-Azhar Park, and he's mainly responsible for all the plants and the productive greenery. So I'm very happy that you are all on board, and I'm looking forward to see the interesting results, the nice results of the students. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So we have 8 students total. So we start from the first one.
Introduction in here. So we have the park here. We have the old city wall is right here. And we have the city of the dead in here. And we have the city context in here. We have many civic structure, different mosques and so forth, and museums in here. 那个包老师，我说一下他这个场地，这是我们那个公园。然后呢，我们有古老的城墙在这里，这里有一个考古挖掘的现场。然后这边是一片死亡之城，死亡之城呢，待会儿学生们会介绍到，就是那个活人和死人一起生活的一个贫民窟。这片
埃及城的原址。
对，
好多富人在这边，
对，
他们就把坟呢放在右边这个死亡城，就在这儿。然后在这个死亡城里，很多穷人就跟这个坟墓生活在一起，
守墓人，
他们就是守墓人。然后在这里有很多，然后我们中间这个绿洲在大概15年前是全是垃圾场，一片垃圾场。然后它现在是有3个水的这个水池子，在那个阿格康这个基金会的支持下呢，花了很多钱，用了10年时间把它变成了一个绿洲。所以我们的选址呢，就是在这个绿洲之上，
所以它也是一个
大致的
长宽啊，那个
大概得有800米，然后横着可能得有个
200米，
一两百多
，100、200这样子。它也是一个这个社会阶层协调社会矛盾的地方。所以呢，让我们开始第一位同学 ，OK，
就是项目是我们每个人
自己选就2个方向，一个呢是沉思的这个宗教性的沉思的空间，一个神圣的空间，这是一个方向。另外一个方向呢，也可以选一个大家聚集的空间，
聚集的空间，
社区的空间，公共性质。但是具体怎样聚集，什么方式聚集，大家各自己定，自己去 define， 自己去定义自己的 program。好，我们有请第一位同学。
Good afternoon, professors. And I'm Zhang Yijia, and I'm happy to share my projects firstly. And firstly, I have a brief look at my overall works. And firstly, I'd like to focus on my previous research in the former 4 weeks. And my research was focused on the Ayubi city wall, and we can see that it has a really complex construction history, and it is in the edge of the Al-Azhar Park. And here is the historic map, maybe in the Ayubi dynasty in the Islamic history. And the city wall is the edge of the city Cairo in the history, and it split Cairo into the eastern area, the historic Cairo, and the western area, the city of death. And so I think the edge is very important. So I research on this city wall, and this mapping, I try to present a relationship between the wall and the city. The city's monumental buildings in the historic Cairo, and on the top, I try to figure out maybe the in the city context, the connection between the monumental buildings and the Ayubi city wall. And on the bottom, I arranged the section and elevation of the city wall and the monumental buildings in a historical way by the construction time. And so this is the site I chose. And I think this place can be seen as a focus point of all these historical effects. And my strategy is mainly a loop, because I think throughout the history of the city Cairo, the city walls have always played the defensive role, and as the boundary between the inside and the outside of the city, the wall split the city into the two different parts, the forts and the ridges, which is also became a tradition that continues in Cairo today. But the park as a neutral and open place, in the park, how our meditation space faces this edge, and the edge's maybe historical significance, I think it is a main problem we should concern. And so as for the strategy, I chose a loop as a solution. I using a loop to pass through the city wall, because on the scale of the human perception, the city wall can be seen as a boundaryless infinite. It just extends to very far away. But while in the loop as a prototype, it is bounded, but it is infinite. People can circulate in the loop. So you see, so this makes the two things, the wall and the loop, they coexist in this in the same time and in the same space. I think it is very dramatic. So in this project, I designed 4 situations where the loop can interact with the city wall. And the first one is the penetration. I want the building to pass it through the wall. And the second one is the penetration. I think I want this. I want my architecture to rise slowly against the city wall. And the third one, I chose passing, and I want the building overpassing the city wall. And the fourth one, I want the building in the on the park. It can observe the Ayubi wall from the parks aspect. And so in general, I try to create a variety of ways for people to have a new relationship with the city wall in order to dispel the single historical significance of the city wall. And so here is my side model. I use a loop to construct my project. And so I did my second research is the tectonics in the mohanas. Mohanas is a traditional ornament in the Islamic traditional buildings. And I think it is inspiring because it provides a logic for generating a three-dimensional space from a two-dimensional diagram. Similarly, I also want my project to generate from a tessellation, which is related to the history of the Cairo. And so I did some form study using the traditional tessellation of the Islamic culture, and for example, the triangle and hexagon tessellation, and here is another one, and also the octagon tessellation. And here is my final project, and this is the site plan. People can from the two. If people can enter the building from the two entrance. And I chose the 4 sections to show my project. And the first one is the A section, section A. And people can enter the building from this entrance, and it get down from the building, from the stairs, and get into the old city walls gate. And here is some spaces. And when they get down into the historic Cairo, and they go up along the stairs and onto the city wall. And then they overpass the city wall from the bridge. And finally is maybe the past state of the project. It is in the park. And here is my physical model. And that's all. That's all I've prepared. Thank you.
那个麦克。
我的英文字母我都说不清楚，因为50年我学的是俄语，到大学还是俄语，所以不会说英文。Go Gary K 闹不清楚。这个你刚才建筑这个模型最后是一个，把那纸片打开，你那一块一块的，你看看。就刚才最后那个项目，我关心你最后的这个已经变成功能具体了，变成具体之前那个逻辑生成过程。我关心这个，就是你这个项目的生成是一个理性抽象的一个逻辑过程，和情感没关系。就是这样。对。和宗教情感和什么情感都没关系。没有。对。就是没有了，我就这一句话。
好，谢谢。可能你要翻一下 ，News 你要翻一下，让他们知道他的。拿着麦。
哦，我没拿着。
So the Professor Bao told us that he thinks that the project is all about the rational process, but lack of emotional expression.
我接着跟你说一下啊，我因为建筑师和艺术家在设计创作这个情感方面，第一步就是你这个面对这个具体的情况环境，你的感情是什么？所以这个创作的就是原创性，这个对待一个建筑师和艺术家非常重要。这种原创性，它可能极其感性，可能是潜意识的，他自己都意识到的，但是一种迸发状态的。如果没有这个，那就是一个逻辑生成。所以我关心每一个青年，不管是艺术家和建筑师，他们进行创作思维的时候，
是潜意识，它并不是一个纯粹的理性的推导。
所以我关心这一步，就是培养我们要有这样一个思维。比如这个地方，我看着这个模型，这是所有的模型，不管是清华这一届的、上一届的，所有建筑界的，国内和国外的，这个等高线的地貌、大地，还有几何形状的抽象的建筑和人的情感玫瑰，这一切都是抽象的。我们对天底下阳光下的土地是一个抽象的概念，所以在这个抽象概念里，一到具体，比如像开罗埃及这个项目里头，你对这个古城的两方面和这个绿地，包括对宗教，你有什么独到的见解？
之前你的 research 也有很多
感情上的，
就是
你自己个人的见解。
我觉得它就是其实是我自己比较向往，这就是为什么我会选择这个 studio。就是
大点声姑娘，我的
就是我自己比较向往他们的这种状态，就是
什么状态？
就是一个人可以全身心的投入到他的这个宗教里，
一个人全心投入到什么？
就是他的宗教里面，就是
你有这种宗教感情吗？
就是一个人他在这个现代社会，他不再作为一个个体，而是作为一个集体，也不是说集体，就是一个共同体的一部分。
你在生活中有这种宗教情感吗？
我是很少的。
那你看着什么宗教艺术有这种情感，某一点引发你？
宗教艺术，
宗教艺术就是 Mohammed， 对吧？Mohammed 给你怎样
这种宗教情感，你在生活当中有过偶然的感受吗？
有，肯定是有过。
那你说出来。
是一个具体的情境吗？
很具体的，因为这种设计一定要和感情直接联系。没有了。
因为就是我感觉在我们这个环境里下很难就是去接触一些宗教性的东西。
但是我觉得啊，因为这个他现在展示的工作呢，其实等于说他整个学期的1/10，他有好多工作没有展示出来。他做了大量的研究，就是这个古城外的这些宗教艺术、宗教建筑。我觉得他现在有的东西呢，是他没有办法说得出来，但是是在他的那个里面，在他
我想对于一个青年人要从事这种建筑这样一个事业，一辈子作为这种事业，对建筑的我们项目的环境，具体这个环境你有什么触动到你灵魂的情感的那种感受？这个很难。我常用一句话：触景生情，才能有感而发。如果没有，比如你这个是很具体了，你的项目产生就是这个来的，它是一个逻辑的，和感情没关系的。
So the professor，
你这个逻辑怎么能进入感情？
告诉我们翻译一下，给他们几位也知道参与这个对话。没事，简单翻译一下。
So the Professor Bao thinks that we should have some emotion, like connection with the environment or the site, so that will instill the originality, and that maybe embed within your subconsciousness.
Okay.
I think we
He
should
wants
leave
to-
the question to the students.
Yeah.
And then we get the point.
Mr. Bao, his point is, how would your project relate to your personal, emotional connection with the site? So he's trying to, as an artist, he's coming in from an artist's point of view. He's trying to see whether you have a kind of very personal connection, individual feeling towards the site, and that become a departure point for the project. Okay. 有请宋方舟老师。
是用中文还是用？
所以你说最好是中文，我能听懂。
那我中英文都说一下。
所以你这样，
先说英文的。
我讲课的时候为那翻译，后来我老对，他比我说的还多。后来就谢表上出目。
你先那个方舟，你先用英语说，然后那个我们 News 翻过来。
谢小张，我讲课呢，谢小张同步，那我不管，给我这样。
Okay, so I do have to say I see a very clear transformation from your research and to the the building or the structure that you have arrived at. I do enjoy this mapping a lot. It's beautiful drawing and and it's actually drawn, and I do enjoy this. Yeah, so I mean from it really gives me a sense of the spaces within the city, the historic city of Cairo, just from this map. So how do people usually enter the park through the city wall? There are gates?
Yes, there are gates.
So these
the main gate.
so these are gates?
That's the main gate. Yeah.
Okay, just
She's picking up that. Okay.
how many gates?
Gates, I don't know. Let me
Is
ask
it
Chris.
a few gates or many
A
gates or
few
just
gates.
a few gates? Are they very far away from each other? Okay, because I'm trying to understand the intention of the structure and whether it's even. Yeah, okay, so yeah.
So 它有塔也有门，就是
那如果从这里穿越到那里，有几个方向？
没有做全面的研究。
How many Chris? How many gates do we have on the old city wall? How many ways we can enter?
I guess it's like along the city wall, it should be like 5 or 6 maybe. In total, we might have like 10.
Yeah, I mean, I think that this park, is it called Al-Azhar? Al-Azhar, the Al-Azhar Park. I think it was a project to uplift, the part of the city that had always historic problem of poverty. So I think this structure, in a way, it's abstraction in form, is another way of interacting with the park. I mean, the park design, as I remember, is quite traditional, and this is very interesting. It's kind of like giving, just kind of a, kind of a strange way of going through the city wall. I mean, just two things I can think of. That this structure is beginning to hint at an idea of a structure. I mean, I know that, you can't really just build it as it is, it won't stand, but I think the three-dimensional folding of the paper is suggesting a kind of way to build, which I appreciate. Another thing that I thought of when you were talking is that I think a critical part of Islam is pilgrimage. I don't know if you heard of Mount Sinai. It's a holy mountain in Egypt. And what people do is that they start climbing. I think in the middle of the night, so they can arrive at the peak of the mountain at sunrise. So that is a way of worship for Muslims. So I think that this loop that you created has a sort of like a condensed I think way for people to have that experience, just by going up and down and along the structure. So I think in that sense, it's quite fitting for the context. I also like these, I think within the structure, in this loop, you have a series of spaces. And in Islamic landscape design, actually outdoor spaces are designed as rooms. I don't know if the way you looked at the park, I think within this park, along the axis, there are these spaces that are quite like different rooms where people can actually meditate as it is now, right? These spaces have to do with water. But I think in your structure, you start to have these rooms where people can have sort of an interaction with the structure. So I think that I really enjoy. I think it's very clear project. Yeah.
就拿这个。
还需要说东西，哦，对，包老师，我就是说了，
你简单一点。
对，就是主要是我
耽误人家时间多了，
对，我就是觉得他，
我想问你，就是他这个宗教仪式，宗教肯定有个仪式，仪式最后有个高潮，你一个建筑这个逻辑就这样可以形成，但这个逻辑在这里体现了吗？
我觉得从他的首先
我解释一下他这个吧。这个孩子他其实他做了好长的一个研究，关于整个历史的生活、几千年的文化，他都做了自己画一套很漂亮的。他把这个所有的这个城里所有的 mosque 全部都找出来，然后把它的塔尖儿，然后所有这些共同特征找出来。他发现那个特别有特征的，就是他那个开放的那个花的那个一个那个标志性的叫 Lahana， 他那个斗拱，他们那个斗拱，所以这个孩子实际上是觉得非常的感动，然后呢，他就想利用这个花样呢，实际上就他有一个路，然后最后的建议，因为这个城墙非常的著名，这个城墙实际上区隔了富人、穷人，然后自然、城市，所以他的 idea 就是这是一个很著名的一个教堂，这是一个 mosque， 这个清真寺，所以他的做法就是利用这个城墙，所以他在这个景观的同时要越过这个城墙，这个城墙就是有很多废墟的，是一个五斗，所以他在非常轻的一个手段去环绕这个城墙，形成一个环儿。
这个环儿的宗教意义是什么？
就是他要穿越这个古城墙，然后就体验整个他这个等于他这个环儿在释放整个所有这个地段里的这些张力都通过这个环儿的一个路径完成了。您说的那个高潮呢，其实有可能它会发生在就是越过这个城墙这一刻，等于是
问题。我要这个路径的过程是一个精神情感。
对，是的，就是
这个过程如何体现？
就是那他在这个整理，他在行进的过程当中呢，实际上就是等于，但最后他会望向这个清真寺，然后从这个城墙再出去，就完成了所有的这个整个一个路径。
它已经不再是一个宗教的建筑，它是用宗教建筑的。
其实我们在整个的 studio 里希望抹杀它的宗教性，为什么？因为这里面有埃及人的宗教，还有一个科普特人，还有一个才是伊斯兰人，伊斯兰文明，还有包括穷人和富人，男人女人。所以在这里，我们希望，其实我们给每个同学的差不多的一个压力就是，不要把太多的宗教放进来。 因为这里面就马上就有社会的分歧。所以在这里，他是在利用这其中的一个部分，但是就是做了一个非常不那么宗教的东西。他其实最后的就是利用这个，然后开出一朵他想展示的一朵花儿一样的这么一个形态。然后呢，但是要完成他的这个所谓的 meditation space， 这个叫冥想这个空间。它有意思的地方是，它在这里面实际上它把这些对比几何的这些非常复杂的这种有意思的东西，它融合进来。比方这有六边形，这有六边形。这就是这些东西可能是，就是这些语言实际上来自于他对那个他所感动的这个马哈纳斯那个柱头的一种热情，然后最后呢就是形成了这么一个完整的一个路径，是一个关于这个城墙的一个旅行。这是我就把他这个故事说。
我的觉得，姑娘这个观念我都赞成，这个宗教的那种。因为宗教太复杂了，而且矛盾也是，就是整个人类社会在这块是最矛盾的地方。不要强调一个单一的宗教性，我认为这一点大方向很好。
给你拿这个牌。
这点大方向很好。但是这种大方向的选择，就是对人的，实际是你是对人的崇高的一种信仰和人的精神状态的一种瞻仰。这个它超越了那样一种。宗教之间有具体的那种矛盾了，这个大方向非常的好，但是这大方向你要想通过花，我是更
花，我刚才只是就是它很轻，他不想说弄一个，比方弄一个金字塔头扔在这，弄了一个
我倒感兴趣，因为我经常说的一句话，我们任何一个建筑和任何一个人头顶蓝天脚踏土地，这个老天爷是我们回避不了的。我建议你考虑这个，我认为这个项目你能够很好的往前走，就你一个方向是很好。对不起啊，我是
你讲的很好，
我这方向很好，但是就是你怎么选择开阔一点，开阔一点。花呢，你因为这花呢，你所以我就刚才我关心的第一个问题提出来，我们作为建筑师，真正的建筑师是思想者呀。大艺术家呀，他不是一个搬砖头而已能完成的，他的思想的超越性，包括对人类命运的超越，包括对天真宇宙情感的包容和深刻的。所以你这一点有一点很好，但是不要局限一朵花的问题，你要把大地和天空拿进。那个墙可以用，那个墙刚才先生解释也好。它超越了历史的禁锢和宗教的禁锢都很好，我觉得还是很好这个项目，就怎么深化。
它实际上最后他用了一个非常，他这个花儿我刚才一时失语，不是他没想，他其实就想一个轻轻的一个路径，然后但是他现在呈现的虽然像花啊，但是他就是说。其实他的想法就是很轻的一个东西，他不是用一个很重的一个很深刻的一个什么东西，但是他很轻松的一个。
但我想给你
轻盈的状态。
伊斯兰教宗教虔诚的僧人，佛教的那样对宇宙大地的那种观念，我想所有的宗教最后在上都往上去，你把这个。不把它看成是元素，外头有我排了一组那个不到100年前那个设计元素的概念，元素不是情感，是客观，不是情感。所以我希望你的情感建设在这片土地上天地之间的一种非常开放的一种对人类命运的把握。
说的特别好，说的特别好。对，最后
我认为我们可能做得出来，但。
对，我看是这样的，先生，就是说他们其实就只有8周时间，就是非常狼狈的，就是4周的学习，然后2周的做设计，然后2周就开始干活。所以就是说，您说这个就是他这个这么这个幼小的一个心灵，如果能把您这个话听进去的话，我觉得将是非常非常重要的。
我想不在于年龄，也不在于2周和1周，都不重要。爱因斯坦就专利1个小职员而已呀，还有啥？
是，
不要在乎，不要强调自己年龄时间短，都不重要。
Chris, I want to do a little bit translation of what Grandpa has just mentioned. Okay, and he he wants to say that, you know, in this proposal, do we have any religious proposition behind it, behind the architecture? 我帮你翻译，简要一点，那个大娃娃要听。
我给起名叫大娃娃，你都叫大娃娃。
对，挺好，他也喜欢。So if we have any religious proposition behind the project, he wants to know whether you know the architecture, and Lydia just mentioned about the pilgrimage, and so he wants to know whether it has some sort of religious proposition behind relate to the fate of, you know, humankind and so forth. So that's his main idea. Let's hear from Professor Yue. 岳峰。还有。
有是吧？对，我就刚才包老师说的都是精神层面提高的，这是提高的啊，就是我觉得对你这个很好，觉得这是，但我就说点具体的啊，我说的简单就是我先说中文啊，就是这样一个路，就是很强的一个路就在这里边走，但是这个自然而然对我来说就是很关心的一件事情，就这中间发生什么事情，就是如果我们说只是绕这个门转来转去，这个形成体验，这是刚才讨论的问题。但我关心的问题就是它在这转的过程中，这中间的这个位置，就它是否增强大家对于你的这个，就是因为形成路的自然会有一个大家不自觉的显成中间，就在伊斯兰教的这个宗教体验中很重要的就是绕着这个就卖家的那个东西，这是最原型的体验，就绕着那大黑的那个但我不知道那体叫什么去转，那就是这个中心性其实是很重要的。但是我现在有点担心，你做完这个东西，你会中间的这个部分，无论是对于这个城楼本身的这个作为一个它的一个视觉的焦点，还是作为就是城墙外，就是我看到就是我不知道你可能时间原因，就是城墙这个地方的形成的这个空间，现在看起来还蛮消极的，或者是我不知道你可能没有时间去展示对这个中间的这个塑造，就这个中间会发生什么？因为你进到公园里边，现在看起来这个就是又在墙边又在桥下，这个空间很容易就变成一个非常消极的一个空间，所以这个就是我建议就是说，这个是如果说这个项目再往前走的话，其实要关注一下这个形成的路的中间的这个体验。
program 你不同的这个 program 怎么去定义微合出来的空间，定义出来的这个横向定义出来的空间，
我这也需要翻译。对，然后第二个问题就是因为你前面分析了很多关于就这个选择这个点很好，它是在我看到就是你考虑到了就是这边旧城的这个路网汇集到这个地方，形成一个原来有清真寺，然后这边有一条路实际上是进到这个穿过城墙，但是公园的这个整个的动线呢，到这里似乎是一个相对比较消极、比较偏僻的，这个就好像这个动线其实没有在这个里边有形成一个两边是两个完全不同的世界。那我理解你这个 loop 实际上是希望加强这种联系，那这种联系呢，我就是想问，就是仅仅是说增加2个路口，就能解决这个就能加强这个联系吗？那这边跟街道的关系是如何产生的，以及跟这个是否会能够加强跟这个清真寺的这个连接？那这些具体的这个联系的处理，实际上决定了你作为整个这个项目是否能够实现你最初的这样一个建立一种公共空间的新的关系的这样一个结果。这是我的这个问题，好吧，观察也算。
Professor Luoxin is a Alpha, and she's a doctor from Tsinghua University. And 这是我们的罗金老师，他是在清华读了这个博士，然后现在是中央美院的教授。
我再说一点，挺感兴趣就是这个。我在想呢，这个项目你做在城墙内外，一个是现实世界，一个死亡的场地。
我一边翻译啊，你不介意啊？ Okay. Professor Bao mentioned that she's doing the inside and outside of the city wall of the Saitado. So it's partially realistic and partially surreal. And it could be life and death. There's kind of the polarity, the two, and the reality and life and death and happiness and sad. So it's important for her to define the path, how to penetrate between realistic and surreal, and what is the personal feeling, personal emotional connection with the sight and life and death, and different kind of religious locus for worship. And it's supposed to be a kind of general belief that could be accepted by everybody from different religion, different mankind. And you must finish it. you must do it. It's perfect. Okay. Okay.
回应这个，
其实对，它是用其实有很多是大，又近又远，这个可以基于它这个话题。
我就补充一点关于刚才大家讨论过的这个，一个是 program， 你在这上做什么？只是绕圈儿还是什么？我觉得它这个如果说 the city is Buddhism or Christianity， 我就会觉得就很牵强。But actually, for the practice of Islam, this I think works incredibly well. 因为穆斯林是一天要 pray 5次 ，right？ 这个你知道。然后这个时段呢，不管你在哪里，你都要 pray。所以 for Islam, the ground surface is sacred, right？ 所以这个 loop 上面有很多这些机会，它不只是走路用的，而且呢，埃及的气候很晒，这个 structure 呢形成了很多的阴影，所以我觉得 for the act of praying.
So Dongwu and Chris, we have the translation in the screen.
So for the act of praying and meditation, I think your structure provides the opportunities for people to do so. Yeah, so.
Very good. Very good. I want to pick up from Lydia, but I want to listen from Dongwu first. Dongwu.
Yes.
Yes. Show up your handsome John Lennon face.
I mean, I'm enjoying the comments from other critics. I think this is a fantastic project in many senses, and I think the critics also mentioned good fruitful comments that to the student where she can develop this project more, let's see, more solid. I think probably it could be a very general or generic comments on these type of project when you use patterns, or when you use in this case she used origami, hoping that the pattern is somewhat extracted from the Islamic pattern, which I don't want to argue against it, but I think when you use these type of pattern, the one very big, let's say, issue or mistake that students make in general is that you forget the context. So the context of the the part that's inner side of the wall cannot be the same as the outer side. And as the professor mentioned, that it can be live and death, whatever, it's good, but that means that not only the physical connection, but I mean physical condition, but also the emotional or the conceptual conditions are different, but the way how the origami function as a pattern are not as different as it's supposed to be. That's what I'll say, right? So, but that's always the dilemma when you use these type of pattern play, right? You start to disregard reflecting the condition what's around you. I think that's something that you should also develop, I think, the students.
Well,
Okay.
I would like to add,
Chris.
yes, maybe I add like what's the essence of this project is also the beautiness of this project. So you have this very strong border, the boundary between two cityscapes, and we heard a lot about the history that this whole wall was carved, like covered for centuries, and they had to rediscover it. And it was always a kind of space between, you know, you remember all these stories about the drug dealers that they were hiding the drugs and all these kind of issues between the two sides. So it was always a very strong division. And the beautiness of this project is obviously the connection between it. So this is a very basic and fundamental, beautiful decision that you made. And that's for me the most important thing. And at the same time, when I see the form, like from the aerial view, but also from the side, it shows a certain openness. You know, your forms look sometimes like a little vessel. So it looks inviting. The only critique that I would make is that, like you could see when you were guiding us through this project, some spaces were seemingly not really under control. So I like the approach, like from this origami and things like that. It's okay to start like this, but after a certain amount of time, in a certain moment, maybe you didn't have enough time, but it's important to get things under control. However, there's a deep beautiness in this project. I saw in one or two of these slides where you could really see the emotional aspect of light and shadow, and especially the issue of shadow in this context is very important to have comfortable open spaces where people can rest and enjoy. So I think my only critique would be reduce the complexity of this project, and it's going to be very wonderful because the idea and the sign that you make is very very attractive and beautiful. Thank you very much.
Hey, thank you. I think she has a very strong project, and I really appreciate that she used the mahogany from the translation. Firstly, I love this drawing, this hand draft drawing. It's beautiful, and then I like the way that she kind of reinterpret the language of mahogany. Mahogany usually happens in the dome on the top, and she now use it as a sort of way to reinvent the ground. As Lydia just mentioned, you know, she has lots of opportunity on the ground to have different space for meditation, different private and public space. And what I understand here is she's trying to have a kind of negotiating ground with different kind of degree and different shape. So it's the ground negotiating. It's like deep in the history of Islam. Islam has different wars, religious wars, and different negotiation, different fights, different, claiming territory activities. And that's a little bit similar to here, even though she's using a very elegant approach, but she's talking about a very deep and maybe violent history of Islam. And that's the importance in her project. And the second point, I agree with Lydia that her translation of mahogany has some sort of structural proposition behind it, and she can go deeper into it. And I also agree with Professor Yue Feng and Professor Bao about the kind of space in between and, the space defined by the circular worship and also the space beneath. And what you need to do later on is to inhabit the space, really go into the space and understand different program on the space. Maybe you need a very clear program, maybe you need a very blurred program. But overall, it's a very beautiful project, and let's congratulations. Thank you. 我讲一下中文，不好意思，我的意思就是说，它这个还是比较成功的。它是用这个 Mahanas 这个拱券，一般是在天上的，然后它变成地下，不停的去相互参与讨论的。
我关心的另外一个问题。
好，您说。
我建议你看一看那个。路易斯康那个天际线和地平线
对不同的地平线。
另外一个安藤忠雄的水教堂，水教堂不顾，它也是来了一个 L 型的线，最后又下去又上来，那个就啰嗦了，没有安藤，没有那个康那么直接。
干净。
安藤那个就是这样，有点啰嗦。因为马医生做那个。卢卡斯第一个在芝加哥那个卢卡斯有个通天，那个项目比现在这个好，你可以能够了解一下，那个是与天作大，中国这儿的和路易斯康的不一样，和安藤的也不一样，安藤还没有走出西方，就这么一点。
非常好，谢谢包老师，好，谢谢各位啊。好，非常好。第一位同学结束。
我们那个下几个同学过来帮一下，把他的板子呢从后台绕过去，然后位置上来，然后有一些题帮他模型，就是这个组的其他同学或者旁边的同学过来帮忙。
我倒希望大伙都能坐在前面，看得见他脸上。
在
前面坐，不要坐在后头。那个立体展现，好不好？别坐在后头，坐在后头，我感觉坐中头，不坐在后头，坐在前面。你到美院当老师去。没叫你来拉拉手，谁的学生？不认识，我认识都退休回家来了。再说一个很具体的，那个副院长啊，违法。
然后你呢，就把你的摄像头开着对着你的脸。
我把它点到那个办公室，
那个等于是有对老师的，有对你自己拍的，
收藏了这么多东西，我说你们也学学，收藏点，对传统文化有点。他说这个你得和朱培讲。哎呦，我说你真是官，
就是
这学术还有大
都在了。好的，
你不会是这样。
我小屁屁。
不是，我用学术上不存在大奖。那天他这一句话就把我就听着，哎呦，你是真当官出身。说老师不讲，
是吗？您那个另外那个华校也是要求。
这个谁的你？
不是你是，这不用你没关注。我们现在有关注。
好了，是这个好。
听起来不一样。
好了，我们开始。
我有这种情感。
我开始的啊，我直接开始。
开始了。没事，我们开始了啊。第二位 ，OK。
Okay. Hello. I am James, and I'm here to present my design proposal of the Al-Azhar Park Walk, which is called the Inscription. So first, I would like to share my research findings. I want to start off with the construction method used throughout the history of Egypt. So in ancient Egypt, monumental structures are usually formed by cutting or carving through the ground or the material itself. From the early prototypes of the pyramids, which is the mastaba, to later temples and the valleys of the kings, they learned to carve the stones and with either geometric shapes or with the nature itself. And then I turn to the social aspect of present Cairo. The former one is about history, and then this one is about the present Cairo. Of all the cities in Cairo, of all the cities in Egypt, Cairo is actually one of the cities with most severe social problems, which includes poverty, homelessness, and other social inequality. There are these neighborhoods. This is a mapping I found online about the poverty rates in different districts in Cairo, and we can see there are neighborhoods with these neighborhoods actually have large skyscrapers, while in other areas people might live near the cemeteries. And on the other hand, the Islam religion provides peace for the people. To address social inequality, Muhammad Ali created the belief that promotes equality. This actually acts as a comfort for the oppressed people, because this religion actually, while the social inequality is very present, is very evident in the present, this religion actually provides a more welcoming spiritual world for them. So, and as an architecture, there are monuments all over the city, and they sometimes has other functions than just religious buildings. These are some sections I draw of some of the most famous mosques and monuments in Cairo, and we can see some of them actually have other functions like hospital or residential spaces. Also, the tall domes and minarets act as an essential addition to the city skyline, so people can always connect themselves with the spiritual world whenever and wherever. And then I tried to connect the dot between society and the religion, and I drew this mapping. It's on this part, it's where the social inequalities we can see the social stratifications, and there are rich people and there are poor people, and there are very different districts. But on these points are the monuments in the city, and from each point they can reach the same level of this spiritual world where everyone is equal. And so the religious monuments they are the ones connecting real society with the idealistic world. So yeah, those were my research about history, society, and the religion. And from these aspects, I came up with these design principles. So first of all, I want to stay in touch with Earth. Because we are located in this park, I want to stay humble to the ground and create this space with carving movements and learn from the ancient Egyptian constructions on how to carve my building into the site. And then in response to the social problem, I want to create a space for everyone. Al-Azhar Park is located between very different neighborhoods, so I really want to create a lively outdoor space that is welcome to people from all directions. Finally, connection with the city. Just like how the mosques act as a part of the city skyline, I want my construction to be a component to a larger system, so it could channel in the power from the city itself, which already has so many layers and weight and power. So I started out by searching, this is my design process. I started out by searching for critical sections to reflect all these layers of the city, the ground, the social inequality, and the religious monuments. Then I settle on these three sections that all pass through Al-Azhar Park. And these sections intersect and and it defines my site. And all three cuts through very different areas and contains great power from the city, which I will try to bring out with my design. So this is my site plan. This is my building, and it is in response to the city's axis, and also it looks over to the Al-Azhar Mosque, which is over there. And there's also this that points to the city wall. I'll explain all these directions later. And this is my plan. And the underground part is an exhibition space. And then it is a stairway which responds to the city's axis. Finally, it's a horizontal path to the pavilion. Between the construction and the ground, it is a lovely green area that could become an outdoor theater and also some viewing platforms. So for the structures, I used folding techniques to try to bring more, because my design actually, it lays really low and stay rather close to the ground. I want to bring some sharpness back to it. So I would feel like, so that it would feel like it is actually cutting through the ground and the sky. So I experimented with a cardboard and tried to form this form this path with folding techniques. And as for materials, I think I used metal to create a sense of sharpness, while I used stone paving above it to bring back the nature in my project. And I wanted to feel like it is actually an inscription to the city. So what is an inscription? I think it is something carved to an object, and with its power, it will stay there forever. It connects the past, the present, and the future. So I would like to describe my proposal as an inscription through history, reality, and the spiritual world. So starting from the first stroke, this one is about history. It is formed by carving through the ground with triangles, just like ancient Egyptian constructions. Then it creates this exhibition hall under the earth. So here people can learn about history while experiencing the kind of spatial atmosphere of ancient Egypt. Then the second stroke is about the reality, the city, and the society. If it formed along the city's axis, it connects with Cairo and blend in with the skyline and the landscape. While walking up the stairway, people can start to see different parts of the city, from the city wall, then the dense neighborhood on the west. Then as they go up, they can see the skyscrapers shining from far away. And then finally, when they are near the top, they can see the necropolis, where the poor people live besides like cemeteries over the hill. It would also be an experience over the city's current reality. It is also a metaphor of people walking from the real world and entering the religious spiritual world. Yeah, on the top of the point, looking back, the city's axis is more powerful than ever. It looked over the great axis, through the park, through the city, and finally the Mosque of Muhammad Ali and the Citadel. Finally, when we reach the top, the third stroke is about belief and religion. And the third stroke is completely on top of the entire city, and it is about belief and religion. The path is simple and facing the direction of Mecca, where Muslims from all over the world pray to 5 times a day. People are walking towards the pavilion that belongs to the site. The experience could be meditating and peaceful. So these are 3 layers of Cairo: the history, the present, and the religious spiritual world. I carved 3 strokes into the city, onto the history, the society, then creates a path. It is strictly controlled by the critical sections and the axis that I mentioned earlier. It cut through these layers and formed the structures that would only make sense in this precise location in Cairo. It is an inscription that is drawn to this city. So finally, I just want to end by saying, I have struggled on learning about a completely unfamiliar culture in only 5 weeks. So I always felt like I don't have the ability to tell the story of Cairo if I try to do it with my building. So I just decided to borrow the city's power, leaving this inscription that carved through the ground, the city, the sky, and the history, society, and the spiritual world. And within these 3 lines, there is the chapters of Egypt. Then when people walk this path, they would look at the city in such ways, then write their own stories into these chapters. And that would be way better than anything I could ever write for them. And that's my presentation. Thank you.
中文再大概讲。
大概讲一下。
中文。
不用讲，我问你吧，你那是一条线的山河什么目的？
什么样？
就是我对埃及，我把这个地方就是我主要是就是研究了它的城市的3个层面，一个是历史，然后是城市的现状、社会，还有就是它的宗教层面。然后3条线分别是，它对于这个场地的处理是基于这3个不同的层面。
包括你那么多线，你对这个历史的这个逻辑思维很清楚，但对你的设计我最感兴趣。你最后抛出一条折线， 这条折线和城市历史，我想那个没有太大关系，因为你是一个，它不是一个符号，要想说明。但这3条折线它的形成，我的感觉，包括第一个姑娘那边，你的倒是非常简洁，我很感兴趣3条折线，它的精神指向。
就是第3条，就是最上面这条折线呢，它是指向就是伊斯兰教祈祷的方向，就是他们每天5次的方向，就是这条折线是指向这个位置。然后第2条是因为要跟城市现状产生呼应，所以它是处于整个城市的大轴线之上，然后抬起来。
就是说，你这3条折线，一个是历史的断层，一个是宗教，
还有一个是社会现状。
社会现状。
对，就是城市社会现状。
这个从人类进入了从山洞里出来之后，有了聚落，聚落的时候就有贫富，就有差异了，这个永远消灭不掉。
So Professor Bao is interested in the what is the 3 line pointing towards? So the first one is history, and the second one is the social stratification, and the third one is history. And he thinks John Novell's present project in Middle East, the flower as the mimic of the mind and so forth, and that's not good enough, he thinks. And he thinks that the first project and the second project is a very cool project that has the possibility to bring Chinese architecture towards the to the world. And he thinks his proposal is a very clear and very minimal architecture act towards the side. And religious in Egypt is very complicated. An architect has to be a kind of humanist, facing the thought about the world. Religion, history, and the logic of the ancient Egypt. And you need to try to enhance that in a very minimal and what is your religion? What is your spiritual direction? And it's a very interesting project. Okay, good. 我翻译了啊，我已经翻译了。Okay, Dongwu, you want to say something, Dongwu?
Yes,
Hello,
I'm here.
Yes, it's your turn.
I think the strongest part for me in this project is the access to the Muhammad Ali mosque. The second part of your design, which I think is the angled steps. I think because that access is not only the access of your project but also the access of the whole city. I wish you dig into that experience a bit more in detail. When I say in detail, that doesn't necessarily mean that you have to detail out the drawings, but I think that conceptually, for the way how people experience, to be honest, we don't know exact kind of exact elevations of each location, like where the mosque sits on and then where this project sits on, but at least conceptually, I don't know whether just a straight kind of it's not a ramp, but you made it into stairs, but straight run diagonal axis is the way to show the Muhammad Ali mosque the most, how to say, the most appealing way, because you gradually goes up, right? And then you, at a certain point, you will start to see the mosque, right? That's kind of the point, right? And there are many different ways to go from one point to the other point, right? So you chose it to be straight, but it can be curved. So you can climb up more steep in the beginning and then slowly kind of slows the slope slows down, or the other way around. That you start from the gentle slope and then you kind of climb up. I don't know. I'm not suggesting which is better. I'm saying that the experience of watching or seeing the mosque is a bit very shallow, right? That you have a concept of watching it, but you don't really have a developed the space is not well developed to experience that moment well. That's what I will say in this project. Now another thing is that I maybe I'm wrong, but is this only a one-way type of thing? There's no way of people coming from the other side first and then coming going through this project the other direction, but because I mean you can control it, right? You can always control it, but at the same time, if this is part of the part, right? So what if people start from the end? What's the experience that they will have, right? Instead of saying that, oh, I can control it and then everybody will start from the beginning point. Yes, but at the same time, you can also suggest the other way around, that, oh, even if people comes from the tail, these are the ways how people understand either the history of the Cairo or the culture of the Cairo this way. And in that sense, you wouldn't see, or you wouldn't notice the mosque just same way as the other person who started from the beginning, right? So in that case, what's the experience then that the other people who started from the tail can get? Those are all kind of growing questions that you might need to think about in this project.
Thank you.
If I may add something. So first of all, I would like to congratulate on the way you present the project. So it was very thought through and very elaborated, and the narrative, it was very nice to listen, and I think we learned a lot, and it's the way that how you approach this project was really excellent. So great job. I think the project fits quite well in this sense in the landscape. The only critique, because we have to be short in our time, we are running out of time for the students. We have to make sure that everyone gets enough time. The only thing, two things I would like to ask you about, to rethink a little bit if you would work on it in the future more. The material, I'm not so sure if you chose the right material, so it would be great to elaborate on this. I could imagine that, let's say, natural or recycled materials like wood or even plants, things like that could give a quite nice local aspect to this, because what you don't want is that this project kind of is part of these kind of skywalks that you see in, I don't know, some rock areas in America, or on a skyscraper in Chicago or something. That's why the only thing is that I would like to see localized materials. Maybe you can remember some of the aspects that Professor Sadi Badawi raised. So this would be something I would encourage you to think about. Thank you very much.
Okay, beautiful. Lydia. I definitely agree with Chris that your presentation is very clear.
I think, yeah, I agree with Chris that your presentation is it's very clear. You know, it's funny, like this is I think a very practical proposal for the park. I mean, I mentioned it during the last project that the landscape design for Al-Azhar Park is very much along the tradition of Islamic landscape architecture. It's very traditional. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. It's a beautiful park. This is actually where people of Cairo from all over, you know, all over the different social economic status come to this park and actually walk. They walk along the axis, right? That has the water as the thread. So, I mean, this is almost like a 2.0 landscape proposal for the park, where all of a sudden, right? I think this is on axis, right? And where's the site plan?
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is on axis with the axis, and it's lifted. So I think that it's it is a powerful move. Although from your renderings, you can't really tell, but I think just imagining walking up the stairs with the water coming down in the middle, it would be similar to the people who live in the city, but at the same time, it's a complete new experience. I think in that way, it's quite powerful. I mean, I question the gold. It's almost like you want to sell the project to the 中东大佬 because they like gold, right? So I don't mind it, but it's just interesting. That's why I'm saying your decision is very practical. It's almost like, oh, I want to propose this so they can build it. I think the officials of Cairo would actually appreciate the color choice. But I do have a suggestion that I wish you never show this image ever again. It really takes away from your design. I don't know why there's. Huh?
Why is that?
Yeah, I don't know why these two people, this American couple is sitting by the water looking at a gold wall. I just don't know what they're looking at. So I just meditation, but yeah. But I mean, okay. So all in all, I would say it's a very good start. If you, I don't know if you have experience in landscape design, but if you do and continue to work in that direction, if you incorporate better landscape design, the project I think would be even more, more touching. But overall, I think it's a good proposal. Yeah.
好，我说两个点啊，就是这个项目呢，让我想起另外一个是建筑师马雅那个林英设计的越战纪念碑，就是景观式的手法切入大地，同时呢，它的这个朝向跟周围的大的城市的一些地标的关系非常清晰。那从就把你跟那个大师对比一下呢，就是你可以提升的一点就是我觉得也是这个墙面的这个空间内部的这个处理，就确实这个大的建筑本身的这个姿态很好，但一到这个建筑内部的这个处理，显然我不知道要不就没时间弄了，要么就是不知道该怎么弄。比如说随便挂点画，这好像是这是要挂那个社区宣传画，对吧？就是那个号召大家去这个教堂什么一类的。然后这个人呢，在他面壁思过，然后这个人在看着一些半死不活的植物，就是我觉得如果你看马雅令的这个他的这个巨大纪念碑，它其实除了那个就切入景观的手法以外，它的对于这个建筑材料，就是建筑空间内部，就它虽然不是一个有真正的建筑，但它将它建筑形成的这种气场，实际上很大一度就感动的这种，就是给人的感动很大一部分来自于 墙面上的内容，以及它这个内容怎么通过材料来呈现。所以我觉得你这个项目呢，如果有时间的话，就是这部分你可以有很大的提高。OK， 第二点呢，是关于你刚刚最开始说的这个城市的研究，就关于这个贫富差距这个事情。那听了这个呢，我其实就是开始兴奋了，就觉得哇，你这个项目看起来很小，但是要解决的问题很大。但我看了这个项目以后呢，我发现这个问题还没有解决，而且创造了新的贫富不均。就比如说这个，如果残疾人这个空间就没法体验，对吧？就你这个大台阶，你前边这个坡道都挺好，到大台阶这样就得把这个抬走，对吧？所以你实际上你建筑就是这很小，就是这个很正常，就是你开始有一个很好的一个起点，但是当你做建筑的时候，你一定要去想办法，要反思自己的设计是不是创造一些新的问题。当你想解决一些问题，但很有可能就是很多建筑都是这样，会创造一些新的问题。那这些问题实际上是你需要反复的去思考，然后如何去跟这个跟你最初的这个初衷要能够有个平衡。那从总图上讲呢，就是你前面分析的特别好，就是这边是贫富区，对吧？然后你也很纠结、很挣扎，说怎么能够我这么一个小建筑师怎么能够解决贫富差距的问题呢？这个是解决不了，但是呢，你可以努力就在有些方面上创造一些公共资源，然后能够为所谓公共资源、公共空间，就是说所有人都可以使用跟进入的，对吧？那从这角讲，我觉得你这个项目其实还可以有一个延展，就是为什么一定要就是只做这么一小块，啪啪啪一个三条线3个折。其实我觉得你要做的想得更大一点的话，你可以创造一条动线，是穿过公园，然后能够让两边的人都能够，不论是什么样阶层，都能够进入这个公园。然后他们可能进来的时候，他们认为自己在走自己的路，但是当他们进到公园以后，你创造了一个区域，让大家能够汇集在一起。我觉得这个会是一个很有趣的，就你的这个建筑的价值就有可能呈现。至于说后期的那个城市管理是不是让穷人富人都进来，那是第二位的事情。那第一呢，我们作为建筑师，其实可以通过塑造公共空间，然后让它能够有效的跟不同的阶层城市的区域发生联系，能够使这个建筑它能起到它的社会作用。所以这个连接性是特别重要。所以连接性，所以你这个建筑呢设计呢，我觉得目标稍微有点小，就是还可以野心再大一点，好吗？谢谢。
这招稍微前前后后。
包老师好像你还有一个，
我最后再提一点啊，我提的可能具体一点，就是一个所有的大家对中东的宗教问题这个保障介入，另外一个贫富也不要介入，还有一个公共性这个概念我们要思考一下。我想不用公共性的概念，因为你既然在这个山顶上还对照轴线，不用建成，这个太直白了，我就建成对着。那就是这个城市的轴线对到这个最高是不是最高点我不知道啊。我倒想做一个，我把它引名叫精神的圣坛，一个坛做天地对话，把所有的宗教都改了。那这个山泽就变成一个坛，我希望变成一个坛。这坛的大小和周围的设计你来考虑，还有个崇高的向上的无限延伸的，不同于路易斯康那个。路易斯康它是天地线的地理，也不同于安藤那个。我们可能走得更远，更直接。这个思维都很好，但不要局限于具体。冥想的问题不要考虑，那是他的传统的一部分。宗教都有这样，不要考虑这个，就是人的对整个当代人类命运的关注，这是我们的最高的。 所以他是一个思想者、艺术家的。社会问题我们永远解决，我刚才说结果永远解决，宗教的差异永远都不够，我们不去，我根本就不是解决这个。所以，作为年轻一代的中国建筑师，可能在这个历史上要走得更快。
希望你了。Okay, very beautiful comment, beautiful project. And what we have here is like a very strong loop of the terms, and it has some sort of structural probability in here. And also it's pointing towards Mecca. And Zhang just mentioned about the question of prescriptive landscape or non-prescriptive landscape. And I think it's a very important issue of public space, right?
Yes.
Since you're a park, it might be prescriptive, might be not prescriptive for sacred landscape. Okay, beautiful project. Let's move on to the next.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Congratulations.
下一位同学，
怎么你会忘了你的模型？想不起
第三位同学，第三位同学，
就是他模型是颜色，我特别想象他模型是颜色。
他这个逻辑跟我取代力。你是老师，
那是第四个，
肯定这个第三一个风格离着不跳。
我觉得。
一直提讲的是天是公。
男生过来帮，男生过来帮来。谁是第四个？
一定要知道传统这个他的。
那个小严能先讲吗？小严上了，小严，你有没有？
对，非常。
那个小头你能讲吗？没挂图是吧？
我没加。
样子。那就小严先讲，
我看一下
小严讲图。
好。
同学们发开一下，同学们发开一下。
要我也是，
不好意思，年龄。
我这个 今天觉得我们艺术得给予活着的，叫我老伴早上送我不会好好。
2周的时间做这么多是挺让你觉得还有工作的心情。
我用这个时间成本也长。我对建筑师设计比较长，不重要。如果你没有那个书，这个没有营养，可以吃的。
So I will start my presentation. My viewpoint of the city Cairo and the park, the site is mainly based on the ruins. 就是废墟，就是这个城市的废墟，and as we all know, the city of Cairo is kind of like the Cairo in the desert of this whole area, and the Al-Azhar Park is definitely the Cairo in the city Cairo. And however, as we mentioned before, the city wall just like a border between the poverty and the rich, the urban structure and the nature. So yeah. And if we look deep into this historic area and the people of them, we feel a strong sense of kind of sadness, or you just feel the people's feeling living in the condition in this city structure, and this is a photo of the viewpoint on the hilltop of the park, and we can see the whole city is really complex and also complex in the feelings. Yeah. And based on some of the research of the Cairo culture, I kind of come up to the ruins of the Cairo. Yeah, and this is some of the very beautiful ruins in Cairo or in the whole Islamic world, and some of the beautiful points based on that. And this is some of the research on the development of important buildings and monuments in the historical city, and with the development of time, some of the buildings are just left behind and never rebuilt or reconstruct again. So they gradually became ruins and the city structure. Yeah. And as we can learn from the theorist, the ruins could tell us something about the core spirit of the Cairo city and the people, and the thoughts of the ways of the bygone man. Yeah. And based on some of the research, I picked up 5 of the typical ruins we can find in the historic city zone. Yeah, from left to right, they are. Yeah, I kind of traced down the structure and the enclosure condition of this ruins, and also did some research with that. As we can see, these important ruins are widely ranged from the very basic or common neighborhood of people since the 15th century, and also some of the palace of the past prince is also becoming ruins. And after all of this research, I put my focal point on the very right side, which is also very close to our park, the excavation side of the city wall, just right here. The wall nearby the city wall is in 11th century, and some of the remaining walls inside this triangle is about 10th century. Yeah, and two parallel walls just meet in this tiny site together. Yeah. Yeah. And based on all this research, I narrowed down my topic into three keywords: the boundary of history, the angled wall composition, and the aerial or higher view point of the ruin field. As we can see, all the ruins mentioned before its feature is just like we can see through the ceilings of the buildings and see its exposed structure. And these 3 points is just lead to my design. Yeah. And this is the work model of this triangle site. Yeah. And we can see the park side is kind of divided by the by the rich and some of the forgotten zone. The city wall and this excavation site is right now just like forgotten by the activities of Cairo people. Yeah, I just wanted to kind of revitalize this triangle site and the city wall sections with my touch of design. Yeah, and this is the site. Yeah, and this one is my work model, and my proposal is developed from this model. And what I wanted to do is to put a linear building just around this focal point of this tower, and compose one different structure of walls with the existing site. Yeah, but I cannot bring my work model here because I wanted to transfer it into concrete one, and it just stuck into this plaster model. So it's this model is just disappeared. Yeah. Okay. Now I'm going to introduce my project. This is kind of like a very tiny light stick for the forgotten part of the city, and I wanted to use this building to illuminate the forgotten city wall and the triangle site. And my design is based on the two keywords. One is direction and one is dimension. The first beginning thing is the direction, and as you can see, this building outline just is just right straight to the another section fragment of the wall. And also, if you look further through this axis, we can see a great avenue just straight forward to this direction. And this might be my my core move of this proposal.
Yeah.
And as I mentioned before, because of the features of ruins, I really wanted to see the whole excavation site from a aerial or higher viewpoint to feel the hidden structure and the geometry of this historic site. And except for that, I kind of find some of the important directions to view through this building. And because the entrance is on the higher level of this mountain, and the depths of this levels are kind of 10 meters or higher. So the layers of viewpoints is crucial to my proposal. So from this drawing, we can see I kind of cut it horizontally into different layers, and one of them is is about parallel with the city wall, which people can walk on this city wall, and some of the interactions may happen between the horizontal viewport and from and the people on the city wall. And except for that, some of the viewpoints high above is also taken into consider. Yeah, this is some of my working process. This one is to kind of work out the section of the horizontal window. Yeah. This also some of the section studies to work out the slope and the other viewports. And this one is also a special one. Is based on the slope, and from this point to this point, people just go through a different experience, and suddenly they got a view of this vertical window, and right after that they turn around and turn into the back of this curved surface, and they could see the very horizontal window and the city wall and all the scenery. Yeah, and this is some of my work done. Yeah, and this is some of my model. And the last feature I want to mention is that the circulation and in the different layers of space is kind of similar, but the experience they go through is just different from each other. And I wanted to create some of the experience, like you go down a slope once and once again, and you see different layers of scenery and feel different things through that period. And I also think this is kind of what Islamic culture taught me in this 8 weeks, that something about the life. Yeah. Yeah. And I think that's almost it about my whole design progress. And yeah, thank you for your attention. Program. I didn't put certain functions. Yeah.
Hello, Professor Gersten.
Oh.
Hello, thank you. Can you open your mic? Stand here. Okay. Hi, thank you. Thank you.
Sure. Yeah, it took time to get in. I had to get the app and stuff.
You're doing great.
Okay. I don't want to interrupt whoever's speaking. Nice to see you. Yeah. Hi.
Yeah, it's the third student that we have right now, and it's a very interesting project. We have the project site. It's Al-Azhar Park in Egypt, in Cairo. So our program is we have the students to construct their own site based on their critical site analysis. So they can try to understand the site through the history of Cairo, through the history of Egypt, or through the history of Nile, the river of Nile, or the park, or the adjacent context. What we have here is we have an ancient citadel right next to the park. At the one end of the ancient citadel, this student, he focused on the archaeological site at the at one of the corner. The archaeological site date back from 11th centuries, and then the two sides of the park. One side is the sort of historic city of Cairo, and we have palace, museum, and so forth, and the mosque, different mosque, and at the other side of the park we have the city of the dead. The city of the dead meaning they have the tombs and the mausoleums of the rich people from the other side, and we have the poor people as the how would you say that the grave guardian, and they live with the dead right next to at the other side of the park. So we have altogether 8 students here, and each person take different points of view, and they construct the site from their personal interests based on their understanding of Egyptian history. And this person, he has these, let's see if we can point to the site in here. He focused on the triangle, archaeological triangle in here. Point to the archaeological triangle. Okay, here is the archaeological triangle excavation. It's an excavation site of the archaeological site, and it dates back from 11th century. And right now he has a sort of, turn to your 28, page 28. And he has a sort of, okay, page 30. And he made this amazing model, and he has this modern architecture proposal here as a measurement towards the landscape, as the measurement on the landscape towards the old city, towards the archaeological triangle. So we think it's a very powerful city. I don't know if I explain his project, precisely, but let's just try to begin a little bit. And we have different critics in here. We have Mr. Bao, and he is an artist, architect, and a very famous critics in China. And we have Lydia and Yue Feng, and they are graduates from RISD, and also Tsinghua University, and also my classmates back in Harvard, and they have their own practice design reserve. And also we have Chris. Chris has been with us for a long time, and we are old friends. And we have Dongwoo. Dongwoo is the yes, Dongwoo. He's from Korea. He's also a classmate of us back in GSD in Harvard, and he's been published 10 books on lots of theory on the production city of the urbanism. Okay, I just did a very brief introduction.
Can I ask? I can't see anybody.
You can't see anybody. I think it's in the I don't know. How can he see?
Audience view. There's a little icon on the upper right corner. You can see like different modes. You can So they're like a screen in the center.
Oh, I see speaker view.
Yes. You see a little squares on the right or on the bottom or on the top. You can see others images screens.
I really love his project. I think he has a very beautiful model. I like his handcraft model, but when he's trying to translate it, he's trying to cast it in UltraCal, and then he kind of destroyed it. So we can only see images. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's beautiful. Yes.
Okay, now I can see you. Hi.
Hello.
Nice to see you. All right.
Okay, should we begin our critique?
Yeah.
Right now? You want to start, or you want Mr. Bao to start? I think we can have Mr. Bao to start. He will speak in English, in Chinese, and we will translate in English. 包老师，您先评论。我听到我说好 ，very good. Okay, we can have Professor Fong.
我一会儿得走。好的，那你先说吧。对，我得站起来说，因为我发现我后边有党旗，所以我这个总觉得我起立特别庄严，代表党说话啊。那个就稍微批评一点哈，就是对，然后就是我先说好，就是我呢特别感动。
I'll do the translation at the same time.
做了这么大的模型，做
And
了一个很好的
he's quite
城
moved
墙
to
而
see
这城
such
墙
a
本身这个
beautiful
做法
large
就让我
model.
非常强烈的感觉到你说的废墟的这个
And
这
the
个
way
关注
he
的这个点
construct
特别
the
好。然
old
后呢，
city
我
wall
特别喜欢你这个模
makes
型，
him
就
feel
你这个做的
the
这个模型的过程，拿你用手
the
去进
gravity
行雕琢，就是这
gravitas
个
of the
感受这个
archaeological site.
这个
And his
这个废
handcraft
墟的这
site
种对吧
model
离
is
谱
a
的这种感
very
觉。但其实我
precise
呢，甚至认为你的设计
craft for
在这
the
个地方就已经
archaeological
有
site.
了，你知道吗？就是
And
这
he
个
think
感觉，我
his
看到这个时候，我就觉得哇，这是一个很
his
棒的设计，
design in
用
the
手做出来的
is
一
already
个
there in the site
一个
model
建筑。
in the
因为
urban
你说的废
scale.
墟呢，废墟就是用时间，实际上是一个建筑被时间
And
塑
your
造，对吧？
architecture
就
is
几
built
千年、
by
几百
your
年塑造
hand,
出来一个
and
废
the
墟，实际上也是一种
ruin
建
is
类
built
型。
by
那你
time.
呢，实际上也是用手、用时间去塑造一个
And
房
you are
子，这个很
crafting
棒。
your
但我
architecture
一看
with
这个
your
模型
hand
呢，
and your
我以
time.
为这是另外一个项目。然后
And he has some
这个项目
problem
看起来
about
是
his
什么呢？
architecture
看起来像
scale
就是你做了很多
architecture
前面的工
model.
作跟研究的模型以后，
It's
你
more
没有时
like
间设计，
it's a
然
paper.
后你对着 ChatGPT 说，哎，我要一个
It's
这
made by
个
paper.
Zaha 或者是 UN Studio
And
风格
the
的
kind
建
of
筑，啪，这个
architecture
房子就出来了，
style is
是
a
不是？
little
就
bit
这样的建筑，对，就是
depart from his
对，我觉得你可能花的时间真的不如做模
understanding
型的
of
时间长。
ruin
因
and
为我
his
看我在模型的
his
博物馆里
model
看到那些
making.
照片，我感觉到你就是像一
So
个
the
像
architecture
一个
scale
一个
model
雕
is
塑
not
师在雕刻一
very
个不仅
appropriate.
是城墙，还有这个时间这个地段。我觉得这个过程其实想一想，就是
And lack of the
你
dimension
从
of time in
废
the
墟
architecture
的这个
model.
概念里边获得的什么东西，关于如何
And
生
what do
成建筑
you
这个
what do
事
you
情，
get
其实
from
是
the
值得思考的。
understanding of ruin?
那这样的房子呢，建筑本身像这种白白的这种，当然你可能这只是概念模型，
And it
但这个
might
空间本
maybe
身你
it's
也说没
only
有
a
功能。那
conceptual
在我看来呢，这
model.
个生成这个建筑的结果的过程，反倒是非常的传统，甚至有点常
And
规，
the
跟你前
the
边的对于
architecture
废墟的这个关
the
注，
the
跟分
process
析
of
以及就是你
of
的亲手去体
generating the
验
architecture
的这
scale
种过
model
程，我觉
is
得没有
is
什么
a
关
little
联，
bit traditional and it's
好吧？就是我觉得如果能就
it's
是
a little bit
把这些
different
都
from
不
your
要，
site
重新从这个
analysis.
模型开始去思
And you
考一个
should
如何去
restart
做一
from the
个
site
建筑，我觉得可
analysis.
能会有一个
It could be better.
更令人惊喜的一个结果，或者是更计算机无法，就是未来人工智能可能都做不出来的一个建筑。
And you should do something that
好，谢谢。
artificial intelligence can do. Okay, Professor Gersten, do you want to say something? Yeah, just say
Well,
something.
Yeah, yes, I can say something. I very much I don't know the name of who was just speaking, but I very much like what he said. What's his name?
What's your name? Jiawei.
Yes.
The man who was just speaking.
My name is Xiaojun.
Okay. No, I meant the gentleman who was just speaking. Anyway, yes, yeah. I like what he said about hand and time. And I think that there's something very deep in the question of Egypt and the question of the mystery of architecture. And I feel in some way I just arrived, right? I just entered, but entering and thinking about Egypt and thinking about architecture and thinking about what was just said about the hand makes architecture and the time makes the ruin. It's what's beautiful about that is it expands the time duration of craft. So if you think of craft, like you have a hand, you have material, there's a kind of immediacy to making, which you probably, now I'm referring to the student, you probably experienced with the clay. You're pushing against the clay with your hand, you're molding it with your hand. And there's a kind of temporal conversation, let's say. There's an immediacy to the conversation in craft with making with the hand, and so the gentleman just pointed out to me one of the great enigmas that I think Egypt captures, which is architecture does that over durations, over time frames that exceed our lifetime. So we are in a conversation in the making of architecture that exceeds the duration of a biological lifetime, but it's part of a contribution to the life of a discipline, the life of architecture, and of course the life of civilization. So there's a real enigma, there's a deep enigma of life, which is how from the present tense, making, like making with our hand, making with clay, making a drawing, right? All of these things that are happening in our present tense, but we are anticipating the inhabitation of future inhabitants. It's part of the enigma of architecture. And so I very much appreciate what was just expressed, which is when you get to something like the scale of civilization, now you're talking about time frames that are in millennium, and the deep idea that in the present tense, we could also be in conversation with millennium. So just as a first observation, I think that's a very powerful way to think about Egypt. I think that in some way we could say that's what Egypt was. Egypt was in conversation, like the culture of Egypt, ancient Egypt, was in conversation with millennium. It was asking questions of tens of thousands of years. And so that's remarkable to think that architecture exists in multiple durations of that magnitude. So that's the first things that come to mind because I just walked in the door.
Yes, beautiful, beautiful comment. Yes, let's have Lydia.
I mean, I really appreciate what Professor Gersten has just expressed. Incredible words, beautiful words. I think what's your name? Sorry.
Jiyuan.
Jiyuan. Jiyuan, I think you're very lucky today to have heard, Professor Gersten's words and also Yue Feng's words. I think they're humbling words. I think the way you have studied the history of Cairo and the monument, the ruins, is a great process. And the way you have made the models is very personal, and I see your intuition. It's also a very, very humbling process. I mean, you made the cast and it failed, but I mean, I think that I wouldn't. I think with limited time, yes, that there are those limitations. I think you just. What's the program of the building? I'm sorry.
What's the program of the building? That's what you're asking. Everybody wants to know. About forgotten space, right? Is it a museum or?
Maybe a gallery, I think.
Gallery. Yeah, I think the studio's program was what is it? This meditation space or space of gathering?
We allow them the freedom to recreate their own.
So
okay.
It
could be a history museum or whatever.
Okay. I see.
In the definition of meditation, they need to expand our original requirement.
Yeah, I mean, I think in your process, I think it was about you and your intuitions, but when it got to the point of making a building, in the traditional sense of a building, 盖房子, when it comes to this point, I think I think you got a bit nervous. I think you fell into the victim of what we see in the media, what a finished building should look like. So I mean, I think there are two ways of looking at your project. One is appreciating your process. I think this is a good opportunity for you to look within yourself, like who you are, what's your point of view, what is your methodology. And the other, which is, I think I want to be a little bit critical of the actual, building that you made here. I'm a bit troubled by the scale of the building. it really dwarfs the ruin because the focus is actually the ruin itself. You're trying to get people to go through a passage and then come up to the top of the building to look down at the ruin. So I'm not totally convinced by that proposal. And I think the building it's quite big. I don't know. Yeah. So
this is a little bit higher than the actual dimension.
Okay.
This model is out of scale.
I mean, I do like your strong sections. I see that one of those, the yellow, page 34. I see you working through this one, and also another one that I really like, 35 maybe. Yeah, I mean, I see you working through, trying to work out the spaces through these drawings. And I see how people would actually experience the space. But then again, we don't just make sections or we make buildings for the sake of having a building or a section that just move people up and down. That's never the purpose of architecture, right? So I think I think it's just questioning, asking yourself some questions. Yeah.
鲍老师，您要说2句吗？
我是感觉这孩子就是你对遗迹很关心，但你从遗迹里得到什么启示？
My feeling is you're very interested in the archaeological side, the ruin, but what do you learn? What do you get from the ruins?
包括那墙外头你画了5个圈儿，
And there's
那你
5
得到了什么东
circles
西？
in outside of the wall. What do you get from there? 要回答吗？
就是感觉
大点声。
就是用这个手工模型去推敲的时候，还是有一点受到这个遗迹的启发的，但是就是一回到图纸上面就会忘。
我听不见。大点声。
就是在做这个手工的时候是可以，是可以。
When I'm doing the crafting,
理解到
I can understand
那个结构。
the structure of the
结构和
old
你的
city
精
wall
神有什么触
better.
动？
And what is the structure? How is the structure do with your emotional attachment with the site?
不完整你有什
And
么
the
考虑啊？
incompleteness is very important for me. And what do you think of the importance, the incompleteness? The incompleteness
你
hurts
的
me.
力气最大，做那么大模型。
And that's what I
但我看不
want.
出来是什么。
What is your personal feeling towards the site?
那张图那是碎片儿。
And that drawing, there is some sort of fragments.
没有了。
And I can't really see the program in here. Okay.
这个废墟你手做的，想干嘛？
And your handcraft ruin, what do you want? What do you want to express from here? I want to look for the relationship between what I make and its connection with the ruin.
回答。
You need to answer. The ruin is very old and has some
那价
sort
值不
of
用你评判。
historic value. But it's been forgotten by the collective.
心中唯独
And-
没有你自己。
And you and where is your proposition in the ruin? 我想呢，他是这样，他其实他是有他的感觉在这个赛上面的，他只是没有表述出来。从头到尾，他是最坚持做同一个方向的，他从来没有移动过。 然后他是唯一一位同学，就是说把我们的埃及的历史层析的一片一片切出来。
得他说出来，
对，
得他做出来。
你说出来做出来，你有的在你的想法里边，我们相信你。
因为这一
从你的
大
眼睛里已
堆
经看到了
泥巴和那个多层板的东西，它说明什么问题？因为这个你花功夫了，这模型你也花功夫了，做的最大的，但你想说明什么？
可以继续思考，要是现在答不出来。
对，因为那个其实我觉得稍微解释一下，这个同学呢，他其实他最高光的时
And
候是
this
那个
student is very his highlight is the X the cross that he create on the side, and it's very difficult for him to come into words. And Mr. Bao, Professor Bao, is having a very deep question for you, so you need to think about it during the rest of your professional career. And you should ask those questions to yourself in the process of creating. And there's a gap between the very beautiful process of creating and the end product of the architecture. The architecture is a little bit too hurry in a way. It's a very sharp comment, but it helps you a lot. You should ask yourself. Okay, let's hear from Dongwu. Hello, Dongwu.
Yeah, I mean, I've been going through this project with Xiaojun during the last 8 weeks, so maybe I don't have much new comments other than the similar ones that are already mentioned. I think though I think some of the critics already said it, but I hope Jiawen, you let's say when you have a couple of more weeks to work on this project from today and on, I hope that you don't see this as a, let's say, I hope you don't use those couple of weeks to develop the project and have better drawings or better models. I hope that if you have remaining time, I hope you come back to the original point where you started. I think your clay model is fantastic, as other critics said. You should instead of trying to develop it further, I think you just come back to this clay model stage and think about the archaeology that you mentioned in the beginning, right? We all also had a conversation about, okay, will your project becomes an archaeology at some point in the future, right? Would that be part of the whole archaeological culture and context in this part? And how my project not only appreciate the archaeological site but also be part of it, right? So I think one of the reasons why your clay model is so much appreciated to many people today is because there's a kind of let's say the discrepancy is minimized between the wall and your project by using the same material, by using the clay as a material to make models for both, right? I think there's the hint, there's a clue in your project, right? So how do I create a new architecture? Not trying to mimic the old, but it's a new architecture, but at the same time, if there's a seamless connection to the existing archaeology, I think they will make your project even more fantastic, right? So those are the questions that you should keep on asking yourself and then try to answer instead of making a better model or better drawing.
Yes, beautiful comment. Let's hear from Chris.
Well, I would say that, you know, the moment when you turn from this kind of studies, which are very relevant, so it's beautiful, and the clay model, when you turn to this idea of, I don't know, creating a museum or something like this is probably a little bit too much and you were getting off track. So I guess the issue of ruin and how things are aging in the context of Cairo are super relevant, because unfortunately, or maybe there are of course reasons for this, but the issue of maintenance, it's a very big one in Cairo. It's one thing to build new things, but it's another thing to keep them kind of, you know, running and beautiful. And I could imagine it's really relevant that you dive into this, you question these elements of lacking of maintenance. And so there is no problem if you would look, let's say, into this topic and go really deep into it. There's even a certain lack of maintenance, or they're doing in general a good job, much better than in the rest of the city. But it would be amazing if you would look into the buildings of Al-Azhar Park. How do they look in 100 years? Or how is the park kind of becoming a ruin over time, because it has already such a deep history. So this is a topic you should really go into, and it gives you a lot of sense of meditation and reflection. So I think there is a possibility to also take this into a building, yes, but the building that you are presenting us is far too complex and doesn't really fit to your beautiful research ideas.
Okay, let me sum up for a little bit. I think he has a very beautiful project. He's done profound studies of the site, and so I agree with Professor Gersten and Dong Wu's comment about the definition of archaeology. And archaeology doesn't mean time going backwards or forward. So if in the site, archaeology means time go backwards. In his project, he can have future archaeology. He can have time going forward. What is the future archaeology in conversation with the past archaeology? That's my question. And it's a beautiful project. Congratulations. Thank you. 好，谢谢。你要把这个封起来。
我是下。
好，下一位同学。
小伙子，回头我找你给你点资料。
加一下微信，加一下。
你说我给他个具体的资料。
给一个具体资料。
好，我们的房看一下。
已经6点钟了，要回家。
回家？你要赶我走？
不是赶你走。
拆台了我。
然后我是上大学了，
管我太多了，你不要听啥，赶紧听我太。
看电视闭关。
简直是天生。
他说，我知道是看着你，但是你早上起得早，没关系，要不要？差
10点要5点
，10点钟到家，但是不影响你休息。
不影响。精神状态非常好。
我知道你精神状态很好，我就担心。
尤其是骂大街的时候更高兴。
我们是很希望你的宝贵意见在这里。
没关系。
你确定吗？哦，那个有事的吗？给有事的。
就是艺术家这种思维创作。比如说你看到了废墟，某一根草、一个砖头引起你的家。再有习惯这个。你这个家怎么整来的？
怎么来的？
甲乙丙丁知道吗？我们时间概念是什么？中国的时间概念不是耶稣的。我们公元前1300年前中国的。
这方面呢？ 好了，谢谢张老师，稍等。
So, may I get started? Oh, okay. Oh, right. So good morning and good afternoon, professors, and good morning and good afternoon, professors. And I would like to start my presentation. And so
Oh, so my project is a meditation space designed based on traditional Egyptian dance and performance. So maybe unlike my colleagues, they firstly try to research in social or historical issues. I'm quite interested in this study because it is related to meditation space. And firstly, I thought, what is meditation space and how does Egyptians interpret this word and what is the meditation in their ideas? So I would like to dive into their culture or their art to find something related to this. And what I find is this kind of dance, and maybe it's pronounced like Tenura, and it comes from Sufi rolling dervishes, and it's from a religious ceremony, and it's quite divine. But when they imported to Egypt, and it becomes quite secular, and it was added to more like more colors, lights, and music that is not necessarily religious. So it still has the core of meditation, but it's also a quite civic thing, and I think that is interesting. And so I would like to see how Egyptians they see meditation through this. So I derived the spirituality of secret space from this kind of dance form. And the first one is I draw these 3 diagrams, and the first one is their interior condition when the dancers perform the dance. So they became like the individual ego disappeared, and to accommodate the presence of the divine, 就是无我. And the exterior space, when they are doing like a rotating motion, and their perspective to the world is also changed, like color strips, maybe flashed through their sides. And so I draw this diagram. And the third one is the spiritual condition. So when they transform their spiritual condition to through this kind of dance, their simplicity of their personal, independent, and physical place turns into a density of communal, relational, and metaphysical space. And what teachers suggest us do in this studio is we can not only do a meditation space, but we can also do a community space for gathering. And I think through this kind of form of dance, maybe it's also a way to like brought people together to some like communal and metaphysical relation. And this is my analyze of the form, the motion, and the meaning and the spirit of the Tenura dance. And but if I want to solve urban problems, I think a dance for one dancer is still a little bit simple for urban issues. I want to dive into with more people interact with each other. So I thought about the relationship of performer and audience, and spectacle and spectator, and I try to find different kinds of prototype of spectacle and spectator. Like this one is Tenura, and maybe like straight performance and it's centripetal, and maybe they're also like fan-shaped and Roman amphitheater, and there are also frontal one for shoebox concert hall, or like this one is sideways for fashion show, or the best seat we can get in basketball matches. And there are 4 basic forms, but we can also try to combine those things or to find more complicated ones. So I want to find how those forms appear and generate and changes and perform in the in urban condition. And so I try to find different places with different character and different people and in the place around the park, which is our site. And I found ones that is quite huge, and there are ancient walls and ruins. This one is quite historic, and there are also one surrounded by 3 museums and a quite big mosque. And so I think this one is cultural. And there are also places surrounded by like a newly development area, and there are companies and maybe related to technology or electricity, and that is my bit development. And there are also places in open space in that city of Cairo, and there is another space, open space in that city of Cairo, but it's in a more denser and more chaotic area. And there are also different spaces in old city Cairo, and maybe this one is this near to famous mosque, and so it's religious. And this one has 2 school, primary school and school for women, and there are also like residential areas and where people work. So there are different spaces for different people and for different use, and they have different characteristics. So I try to find a way to let those different kinds of neighborhoods to communicate with each other. And I also want to explore how different kinds of like the relationship of performer and audience interact maybe in this kind of city open space in Cairo. And this is I think how they can like how they will generate in this open space. And when I connected those space together, related space together, maybe like development area to old city and educational area to where people there have more children, like they connected them together and they will gather in this kind of area. And I want to define this as my site. And it's on the spine of this park, and it's quite high for the cities from the 2 sides and the north part. So it's like a high point for the neighborhoods around. And there is also a lake and a restaurant on the park. So it has a perfect scenery, and it is high for all the other neighbors to see it. And I think it's quite metaphysic, and maybe it's like how Asian Greece people see maybe Athens acropolis, and I think it's quite ideal for meditation. Next page. Also, I want to introduce my Saturn project, and this is what it finally looks like, and I would like to explain it. So my concept is, since it's a site that is quite up there and with different urban conditions around, I want to create a project that is echoing different directions of the cities or neighborhoods, and maybe it can encourage people to communicate with other people. For example, if someone from this part of city come up there, and they can meet in the middle, and they can also say a totally different city background, a city background that is totally different from his. And this is how I generate my project. First, it is based on the relationship of spectacle and spectator. But first, I want to see this part as a whole, and the other cities and neighborhoods around as another. So according to the urban context, this triangle, I want to form a similar triangle that has directions that pointed to those important directions, and it can also related to the restaurant and the axis. This axis of the park, and it can act as the end of the axis. And when we see it, dive into it in the middle of itself, it can also form like different layers or different relationships of spectacle and spectator. So I want to create something like this. And I still use the prototype of cylinder, and I want to, I pulled it up like high up there to make different layers, and maybe there are different height and different floor, and the racial relationship is for people entering it is also less secular and more divine, and I think it's better for meditation space. And this is the master plan and the ground plan for my project. And there are mainly 5 of the cylinders, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And there is one stretched into the water. This is a perspective. And for the material, I want to use something lighter and more transparent, because the first side I saw the city around our site is like a crowd and dusty, and for a place that is full of greenery and perfect scenery and is high up there, I would like to see it quite different, or form a contrast to the city around. So I think I can use like materials like frosted glass or fishing net or wires that is like more metaphysics and transparent and light to build my project. And the final part is maybe how people inhabit in this project. And this part is the cylinder that stretch into the water. Since my concept is related to performance, I think it might not be only a meditation space, but maybe also like a waterside theater sometimes, and there are stairs for people to sit around, and the outstretch of this thing can offer a stage or something. Maybe people from the restaurant offset from the lake can also see this part. And there are also I want to create different layers of the and there are different kinds of like transparent layers, and you can see a virus space like this. And for those cylinders, this one I've just mentioned, and this one is one without cap and is without filling. So maybe in the middle of it, you can feel, when you enter it, you can feel yourself is more related to nature or more related to like divine spirits or something like that. And this one has a floor, and I think it may help you to reflect yourself. In Chinese, we may say 外求和内求. And there are also one that offers has a small cylinder in it, and it also offers stairs up to the walkways up there, like the Tsinghua dancer skirt, and it's up there is a quite metaphysical walkway that offers perfect scenery for people to see the different directions of the city, but also for the people down in the city, they can also see the projects as a like a vision anchor or something like that. It can, so when you walk there or when you enjoy the city view, you are not only a spectacle and also a spectator. And so this is the perspective on the walkway. And this is what it may look like under the walkway. And that's all about my project. Thank you.
Beautiful. So she reconstruct. Thank you, Professor Gersten. I think it's totally your project. Why don't you begin? She's reconstructing the
No.
urban. No, it must. You must be the first one who make comment. She reconstruct the urban space based on restructuring the relationship between the spectacle and the spectator, and she think a lot about the inhabitation. So let's hear from you. Thank you, Professor Gersten.
Yeah, no, I'm very excited about this project. I think on a couple of levels. The point you just said it now is one very, very important one. It's a very large subject. I'm right now struggling with how to find a succinct way to say it, but I think this question of actor and audience, of viewer and listener, is really linked, I would argue, to the origins of modern civilization, and by that I mean the last 5,000 years. I don't mean modern in the last few hundred years. So there's a very long story here. The shortest bits of it is that for millennium, people have reenacted rituals, and Sufis are part of that story. The whirling dervishes are Sufis. That's part of Zoroastrian, and you can go back in many, many different lines of civilization, from Yoruba culture in Nigeria, in India, all over. People reenacted rituals, they reenacted myths, they reenacted stories, often through different kinds of dance. And they did it with no audience. And this is a kind of a profound thing to think about, right? That they would go into the nature, and let's say if there was a story, a myth, it would be a ritual where you would become the wind, and I would become the snake, and somebody else is the sun, and together we would all reenact an old story, a myth, and nature was part of the reenactment. I mean, physical, actual nature that we were in was also one of the reenactors, and so they were within nature and within the myth at the same time, within nature and within the story at the same time. And then about 2,500 years ago, the Greek theater introduced a separation between the reenactors and viewers. So the short, I'm trying to do this really short. It's thousands of years of history. I usually do about 2-3 hour sessions on the subject. But there's something very important happened, which was they introduced a separation. And so now people could watch the reenactment rather than everybody, because before that, everybody was a teller and everybody was a listener, all at the same time. And at a certain point, they separated, and you had the amphitheater. And something very, very important happened there, because in spectating, in viewing, and it was understood as a form of participation. The viewers and the listeners, right now we think of audience as much further away than it was. Viewing and listening was one of the roles of being a participant. But what happened is something that I think your project is really touching on and wrestling with, is that separation then allowed a view, meaning a point of view, so that the reenactment, right? So now it became theater. Ancient rituals transformed into what we think of as theater in this fundamental separation, which is called the chora, by the way. The space between is called the chora. It's where the chorus sits. So now, viewing the reenactment, it introduced a new distance because now the reenactment was being mapped upon the landscape behind it. Because often these amphitheaters were happening outside of the village and facing the village. So they were in the hillside, and the view behind the stage was the village, and the story that was being reenacted was mapped on top of the village. And so now when you left the play and re-entered the village, you were kind of living in between. And that's how these rituals helped people navigate life. And the long version, and I'm not going to do that now, I'm going to stop very soon. The long version is that that's the beginning of the distance that allowed technology, that allowed subjectivity, that allowed authorship, meaning there's an enormous, that sparked a transformation, at least in the West, because of that distance. And if I can, there's one other thing that I wanted to say, which is where you started, really moved me because of the body and dance and the specificity of the communicative exchanges between us and space. The sort of, I'm talking about our bodies moving in space. More than architecture could emulate or imitate those movements, which it could, but in some way more important to me is that those communications, the communicative exchanges between us and the spaces we are in, are always that nuanced. How do I put it? You can say, architecture is always some kind of dance. It just doesn't often recognize that it is. It often ignores the nuance of the human emotion involved in dance. And so I think it's a fantastic thing to look very closely at dance and whirling dervishes relative to architecture. And it's challenging because sometimes people feel like their building should look like it's dancing. And I don't think that's what you're doing. I really don't. And I don't even mind that so much, but there's when people do that, but there's a deeper thing, which is it should feel like dancing, meaning the communicative exchange between us and our spaces is a constant emotional interaction. And if we embrace that, we can author spaces that complete us in ways that amplify our humanity, right? There, if you think of space as somehow the other half of us, right? We're in conversation with space, and they can elevate our nuanced fragilities of being alive. And the way we'll get there is by asking the questions you're asking, both in the beginning and on the scale of the spectator. I'm gonna shut up after this. I suggest a very wonderful dancer named Pina Bosch. I don't know if you've ever heard of her. She's from Chile and Argentina. And anyway, her name is oh shit. My computer's going crazy. It's actually, Ying, is it possible? Could I share my screen for like 1 minute?
Yes. You can share your screen. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for making it so interesting to us.
No. Just it won't take long. I want.
No, it could take long. Yes. We would love to hear from you and all the intellectual message you deliver. We appreciate it a lot.
Start screen share, open system preferences. Yeah, usually I just do it on the Zoom real easy.
Oh, I think it's
What do I
pretty
have
much
to
the
do?
same thing. Maybe click
On the screen sharing button.
on the screen sharing button.
Yeah, there
Right.
should be one.
Let me
That's right.
see.
There should be one
Yeah, on the bottom of the screen.
on the
Yeah,
bottom.
I see it.
bottom.
But for some reason,
It won't let you.
it wants me to open system. Okay, you know what I do? If it's okay, it's just there's this incredible dance, not just dancer, but dance teacher. Like she changed dance, like
Oh.
Le Corbusier changed architecture.
What's her name? His
Her
or
name
her
is
name?
Pina Bosch. And Wim Wenders, the great filmmaker, made a documentary about Pina. And there's a trailer. It's like 1 minute and 20 seconds that I
Oh, we
would
can
love if
search.
everybody could see right now, because the issue of the emotion and dance and space, this
Can
trailer captures. I can send it to you.
Yeah, you can send it to me or spell it to us so we can search in here and we
Oh
can
yeah,
share
just
it
put
from our site.
just put. It's on. Do you get YouTube?
Yeah, we can have you. Can you have
Yeah.
YouTube? Or
It's
no?
Pina,
No?
Pina,
PINA.
yeah, BAUSCH, and then just put trailer, Pina Bosch trailer, and it'll come up.
找到了，发给我。
Yeah, no, yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah, there was a different one. There's sorry, I mean, you see, this is beautiful too, but put Pina Bosch trailer, like a documentary trailer.
Documentary trailer. I'll share it. Don't. Yeah. Documentary trailer.
Yeah, film trailer. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, and put the sound.
No, the sound. So. No, there's no sound.
Okay, it's okay. Yeah, thank you so much for playing that. It says things that I can't say in words, but I feel like the student, is it Ashley? I can't see her anymore.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, I think when you were your impulse to look at the whirling dervishes and the hope that that could get to an architecture is very important and very true. And I think that what Pina did is she understood the emotional communication that is happening between our bodies. And I hope that architecture, I believe that architecture needs to achieve that level of communicative exchange. So that's why it's very important. Look at Pina, watch that. I've watched that 300 times. I just watch I try to understand what's happening with the bodies and how does it create the emotion? There's such an emotional depth in just in that quick trailer, you know? So thank you for sharing that.
Thank you. Beautiful comment. Let's hear from Professor Bao.
我想你选这个场地，我
I think you choose the site, your selection of the site is perfect within the community. It's very good for the modern Egyptian to release their emotion. And I think it's a good choice. And the design for the space might not have something related to your model. The space design, what do you want to express? What is the spiritual you want to get? Talk about what kind of spiritual aspect behind your space with water and forest. I want to provide a space for the Egyptians to come together to share, for the locals to get together for their daily leisure or for meditation. And it has most of the Egyptians has religious belief. It's different from people without any belief. And what is your architecture relate to religion and relate to the release of emotion of the citizens? The reason why I choose the dance is from Sophie. It's a little bit different from the traditional Islamic culture. It's not that religious. It's more about practice. It doesn't have too much imprint of religion.
适合这个市区里的普通老百姓和移民社会到这来抒发情感，包括舞蹈、音乐。
And it's for common people to release their emotion in here. And what I interested in your thought is that because your architecture comes from a logical process, and there's a sort of rotation of dance and sort of centering aspect of space. It's a very rational logic for space generation. And you're turning dance into architecture. And I think there should be connection to the site, to the nature of the site. And people's emotion is a very difficult to conclude with a few diagrams. And your thought is very, sometimes a little bit uptight to the kind of fixed mode of thinking through logic. And you might need to release that a little bit. You might need to loosen up a little bit.
Maybe I can say something.
Okay. Oh, and there's Li Xiangnin in Tongji University, and he curated the Venice Biennale of Chinese Pavilion. And what does that look like?
那个市里的干部告诉我，那一大群山头像我们的领袖。这种象形思维，从孩子小组这
The metaphor is to direct,
一个形象模拟。
and it's too much about imitation.
思维的方法，我讲的还是
And
要慎重。习惯这种思维方法，作为建筑师呢，从一个形式模仿到另外一个。
trying to avoid meditation, mimicking.
只有那个在飘带的形态上，我想追求那种飞扬的感觉。我是参考那个舞蹈，我那个原型其实是从我觉得
My circle
它观
comes
看的
from
空间形态，可能比如是一个人
the
在看
kind
球
of
是360度，然后可能有的
viewing
这个
aspect
方向看得多一点，
of
会透明一点。
所以我这块记录的是
circling.
很极其生动的一个形式。
And I have some transformation, very vivid transformation. It's a formal transformation.
千万注意啊，这条路要走下去，永远是客观性。
Be objective. And you need to have some connection with the personal feeling.
就是东北的情感产生，它不是国界。
So maybe
Okay, Chris,
if I-
大老爸想说话。
没有了，没有
if I,
了。
Okay,
if I
good.
can add, if I
Okay, you can join. You can speak, Chris.
Yeah, I want to add this. I want to add something. Well, first of all, I also really appreciate this narrative and the way you presented the work. And this point that was just raised about that it looks a little bit too rational. I agree on the one hand, but because we work very closely with each other, don't be shy. I mean, you made these beautiful hand drawings, but today you didn't show it, and that's the
Yes.
clue. You should have shown the beautiful hand drawings. Maybe you
Beautiful
can show
hand
him.
drawings.
Maybe you can show it, and then I guess this kind of doubt or the question is kind of answered. But apart from that, I think it's a beautiful project, and I really think that it would be an amazing enrichment for the people and the community aspect of the people. So thanks a lot.
Yes, beautiful. Lydia, you want to say something?
I think that, the other three critics have said a lot, and I think Professor Gersten's words on dance and the spectator and the spectacle, I really appreciate. So I think I want to say something more on the practical side. Just from a practicing architect to an architect to be, you are very ambitious. I mean, we've seen 4 projects so far. I think your selection of the site is the most ambitious so far. I mean, you have positioned your building at the end of the axis of the park, right? This is the central spine of the park. And the axis, 这个灵魂, right? The spiritual aspect of the axis is expressed through the water. And so at the end of the walk, we have a pond, right? A pond of gathering or reflection or meditation or whatnot. And you have put a pretty big building there. So that's why I'm saying you're quite ambitious. So, and it's okay. And you can do that because this is your project. So, so that's my observation that you're very ambitious. Yeah. The other is that to be honest, I love this diagram that you did of the dancers, of the skirts. I would have to say I would love to be standing underneath their skirt, 站在他们的裙子下面。但是呢，我不太确定我会想站在你的这个裙子下面。But I do love the form. You have a good sense with the form, but at the same time, I think this is the problem of using the computer tools, is that you arrive at a form and then you want to materialize it very quickly. This is why I'm saying my suggestion is very practical. is that you give these textures to the glass, frosted or gridded. You know, that's a bit troubling for me. If I just look at your building and you don't tell me anything about it, I would think this is a promotional building by a glass manufacturer, showing you all the glass they have in their catalog. You know, so I almost want to ask the professors to help you on this aspect. You know, how you materialize a building like this in an abstract sense. So, because at the same time you have columns that seem to you know, are very real, and then you have floating glass that have different kinds of textures. So it's neither here nor there. And the other is, I think your idea is beautiful. Like you derive at a form and a kind of space from this, what is it, the swirling the dervish. I don't know, maybe you retrieve a few steps back and maybe simplify your idea or rethink your idea, and really put people in this viewing space and put the dancer in there and really think about like how, you know, the act is done. I think maybe you discover something, maybe you don't need so many circles, right? So.
Beautiful comment. Dongwu.
Hello. I think I agree with Fangzhou. You know, I don't like the columns, you know, the vertical facade that, you know, inject in your mind. Why don't you just, you know, use the facade, use the floating curves to generate like shells, generate floors out of that curves, rather than, you know, you put too much like a reality elements into that.
At first, I want to do space like veranda and mosques. So
Yes, that I think you want to, you know, step back a little bit, just to extract, you know, your architecture purely from your research, rather than, you know, you suddenly put too much like a reality into that. So then this architecture suddenly looks like a building, rather than like the space that it come directly from your study. So that's also you know, I guess really, because it's the software, you know, you're not like a very fluent about, you know, the software expression. So you suddenly become like XYZ, that kind of, you know, language, you know, rather than, you know, release directly from the dancing idea. So that's my comments. Okay.
Okay, don't you want to say something? Don't.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to add a couple of comments to what Lydia and Bu just mentioned. That I think I'm with you that you wanted to somehow dematerialize what you have, but I think that the choice of the glass, I'm not saying that you shouldn't do it, but we also have to think about the climate there, right? So the transparency is not cannot be only achieved by the glass. That's for our climate. When you go to some other climate, you don't even need to use glass, right? Because you still can show the transparency or some translucency with some other material, because you don't have to worry about the thermal breaks or whatever, right? So the climate condition is something that you can also consider. And I think together with the material choice, I think the very strong geometric shape of that cylinder, I don't know whether that kills your project at this moment. That I mean that is a pivot point, but at the same time it's a surface, it's an area, right? So that becomes a very strong element that kills your kind of when you see the plan and the renderings, you have a very free sort of almost like a hand-drawn plan, but at the same time, those strong geometric shapes are the ones that question me whether, okay, which one is more important design elements in this drawing? Then I cannot answer, right? So is this about these compositions of the cylinders or layouts of the cylinders, or is it about the hand-drawn shape that almost mimics the shape of the dancing? Think about it. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, beautiful project. I have to say, she
Beautiful
asked.
project. Yeah, I agree.
Yes.
Yeah.
Professor Gersten.
Yeah, sorry, just quickly, one last comment I wanted to make, and it came from listening to the conversation about the membrane of the building. I think there's a thread moving through her interests, her curiosities, that I just wanted to draw a line on it, which is, the question of that interiority and exteriority, and the membrane between them. I recalled this because of the comments about the glass. That is also linked to, of course, the pre-Greek reenactment that I mentioned, where there's an interiority that disintegrates, meaning the membrane. Sometimes I say it's like a ship made of water, right? The membrane is uncertain where the reenactment ends and the nature begins. And then when we get to the spectator of the Greeks and later, it becomes much more clear. Like there's a definition. There is a facade. There is a membrane between interior and exterior. That also is linked to, and this was the reason I wanted to make sure to share this with Ashley. It's also linked to what's happening with the whirling dervishes. The Sufi tradition and that practice is about the fact that there's an interior transformation that the dervish is going through. Their movements and the timing of the movements are not about the exterior view only. In fact, primarily they're about the interiority, the meditative state that the dervish goes through. So they're traveling in their interior of their mind. And the spinning, the dizziness, we would say in the West, right? We would call it dizziness, but the particular movement lets them navigate a geography in the same way that we do with meditation. And then the external view of it by spectators, right? And so that practice was literally about the relationship of an interior geography and an exterior geography of being viewed while transforming inside. And so I just thought that thread is something that's connecting all the way to your thermal membrane of the glass, right?
Yes,
it goes through all of it. So thank you for letting me say.
Yeah, it's a beautiful comment and beautiful project, actually, even though we might need to work more on the architecture and so forth. But I think she raised a very important question about the finite interior and its exchange with the external geography. The spectator and the spectacle, we can kind of understand urban space in a new way. So that's the important question that she raised, and that's the value of her project. And I think even though she needs to work more on the architecture and so forth, that's okay. She has done quite progress, and she has done a great job. Thank you. Congratulations. Let's move on to the next student. Thank you. Good.
下一位，帮一下哦，帮挪一下。
Thank you, Professor Gersten, for joining us. It's a kind of you know, you make such a great effort to wake up in the 6 in the morning. Oh, thank
No,
you.
I'm happy to be here. I'm happy to be here. I really appreciate what you're doing over there. I think you've created an atmosphere of inquiry, and
Yeah.
that's important. It's
We
very
have
good work.
we have very good students here. Hey, let me help. These students, but each of them have a very unique project, and they work really hard. And it's a completely new context for them. It's Egypt. It's neither Western architecture history or Chinese architecture history. It's like completely from another context. And they have done a lot in researching and you know, understand the context. So I really appreciate it. And it's only 8 weeks, so it's a short time for them to have
That's
such a
crazy.
great work.
It's
And-
enormous amount of work for 8 weeks. That's just nuts.
Yeah.
You could have told me it was all year.
Looks like
At
a year.
Cooper, it would be all year.
Yeah, I know, but they don't have the time and we kind of push them a lot. Okay, let's 你的图呢？ Hold on, let me help them a little bit. Very beautiful drawings she has in here, like black and white. It's the black and white. And she has models, beautiful models. Okay. 没有东西了？
这是一个展示平面和剖面到空间的一个模型。是。我这个切换了。
那你投出来了？
对。
看一下。这个
现在还没投。
你，我想一想啊，哪些任务了？不是，这是什么？
这应该是这个。
这是什么？这是什么？远程也是。这样行吗？但你这样行吗？这个产品行不行？
全是
那你得导出去。
这个，要不我连一下这个，我连一下大屏幕。
你连一下大屏幕，然后你要再投。
就是为什么这次投不了，以前都能投。
哦，是。如果你连大屏幕，你再共享外屏，我明白了。等于你一定要有2个显示器，
它才能允许我投出去。
真正的。对，3P， 这意思吧？过来了，然后你再投一下。
应该是
不是，先投屏，先那个对，然后把我再移到先到里面。现在不是反了吗？
然后右键进入演讲模式。
好，
对，是这个。对。
选哪个？是这个？选这个吗？看不见。
前提。
这个。
对。
好，然后这个时候你再
共享，
把你这个共享出去。屏幕，你看这个我们好了 ，OK，
是的，是的，
对吧？好，开始了，咱们。
非常抱歉耽误老师们时间了，下面开始我的。
这么客气呀？
我马上进入设计方案。Good morning and good evening, professors。包老师晚上好。我是。
会说话。包老师骂人，你该打我。
没事，我忍着。I'm Jiaying. I'm going to deliver my final presentation into 3 parts. Firstly, previous research work on diagram. Secondly, my site selection and strategy. And thirdly, the concept based on the in-between space and my project. Before the formal introduction, I will give some background introduction to lead you into the scope of my research. This is an overview of the city of Cairo. We can see the coexistence of monuments and slums. Beside our site, Al-Azhar Park, there are City of Died and the Garbage City, where have poor living environment and it was marginalized by society. 他们是被一群被社会边缘化的人。So we can zoom in it and see the situation of the city face. This is the status in the city of died. The living and the died live together. And this is the garbage city. We can see the garbage is everywhere in the streets, piled up in the alleyways. And the residents in the garbage city, they're almost Coptics, which is one branch of Christianity. 科普特人是基督教的一个分支，我关注了这个宗教群体。So Egypt has a rich religious history. Existing religions in Egypt exist thousands of years before Christianity was established. So we can see that Egypt has a strong religion background that not can be vanished. So in an environment where ethnic integration and strong religious beliefs are used as a way of life, we need to think about how to weaken barriers and return to people themselves and pay attention to the spirit of ancient Egypt continue and reinterpret. So I'm gonna talk about the topic on communication rebuild and culture identity rebuild. So this is my concept, which is very grand narrative that I had dreamed. Its meaning talk about through the common recognition of ancient Egyptian culture and the understanding of the
objective natural conditions to build some relationship among many religions. So this is my first diagram. I choose the Nile River, which is objective natural conditions. I think the Nile River influenced Cairo and Egypt in time and space from ancient times to the present, and I analyzed the Nile River's direction, flow, and periodic flooding to find the first human cognitive maps that influence Egypt people. Then I followed the idea of time and analyzed the activities of people of different religions in a day and a year, and I wanted to analyze how to build their common moment at the level of time. This is the detail. This picture is superimposed by multiple information. I disassembled the information as shown on the right. So this picture mainly presents two aspects of information. One is the relationship between the daily rising sun and the activities of people of 4 different religions, which is Islamic Muslims, Asian Egyptians, Christian Coptic, and modern Egyptians. The other is the trajectory of the sun within a year and the festival activities of people of different religions. This above of the shows the festival in a year and the time in a day. We can see sunrise and dawn in a day and the trajectory of the sun in a year, and the activities at different times of the day. For Islamics, they have 5 prayer in a day. For Asian Egyptian, this diagram shows how they serve the sun god. And for Coptics, their time were taken up all the day. And for modern Egyptians, they're free to spend time if they wanted. And finally, I combined them together in one diagram for finding their common time. Then I integrated into how religion shapes the Cairo city. So I drew the overlap of Cairo city's historical changes. We pay attention to the space of expansion of the city wall and the in-between spaces of the changes of the Nile. Finally, I brought out the concept in between. This in between reflects change in time and space strongly. This is plotted from the in between analysis. The focus is on the space formed by Nile diversion and the in between space between City Wall and Al-Azhar Park. The historical change of Nile's diversion has formed today Cairo's downtown. And I use circles to emphasize the space formed by the part of the change. So let's go into my project. I draw my attention on the air-built wall, the old city wall, where the in-between occur. We can see the time, with the time and the rulers change the development of the city wall expanding creates the space in between and between the old wall and the new walls and so on. So eventually I select my site as the Maraha, which is a turning point in both time and space. From the perspective of time, is the start of Arabic rule, extends the wall until the citadel. On the other hand, it is the starting point for the city to expand south and no longer remain closed. So here is my model showing how the city wall evolved. This one. This is the real city. Here is a real situation of the fortress, the site I choose. And this is the set model. Then come into my concept. I'm thinking about what kind of space can connect ancient and modern religions, ancient and modern people and different religions people. The proposition I'm trying to advance is in two ways. One is from form and another is tectonic. So I do research on these three types and find their tectonic logic from structure, material, and construction. This is the ancient Egypt temple, and this is Coptic monastery, and this is Islamic mosque. Finally, I want to integrate them to build their common space in common time. So let's talk about my plan. Based on all the research above, I try to create their two religion common space in common time. Let everything get involved in, together traveling in the in-between space. Through the feeling of space tectonic from ancient Egypt, feel the power of connecting the history of ancient Egypt and jointly build the common cultural identity of today's modern Egypt. So this is my model. So how to integrate them to build their common space? We should analyze their respective construction logic. This diagram shows their difference. Ancient Egypt generates physical space by carving and holding out what they didn't want. And the Islamic, on the other hand, uses the remaining space after being cut by complete. And the Christianity is directly generates the space they wanted in the end. So I show it by formula. Okay, then come into my project. This is the tectonic of my plan, and this model shows many sections of my idea. You can see the different section and the plan. Yes. So this is the generate process, which something carves the ground and the remaining space forms the common space. And then I combine with the slope of the site part, out of the park, I designed the Islamic entrance at there, combine with at there, the green one. And combine with the other side of the city wall, I put the Coptic entrance at there, the yellow one. So I have constructed a series of narratives about the experience and the logic of space, like entrance, then respective space and common space, and finally the end. I use the modern translation of ancient Egyptian elements as an export to the end. So this is the entrance and the respective spaces and the common space, and at the end, the ancient Egyptian space. So at the same time, following the previous research on time and space, following the previous research on time and space, I drew a series of sections based on different axes and collaged them into continuous timeline. Through a series of line sculptures, you can feel the light shaping the space and imagine their inhabitation in it. Like this. Yeah, this is the 穹顶. Yes, it continues my research on time. So I draw this light narrative. And yeah, I designed different experience of light and spaces, which shows the different experiences brought about by different degrees of excavation, and the curved space of different scales carry different activities. The first kind of the space partially excavated the floor and curved surface enclosure from. This shows the centripetal sacred space, and the second type is defined by the curved surface on both sides to form divergent sacred spaces. And the third type is completely excavated to directly form a light tube. So this is the entrance. The Islamic is something showing Orthodox, and the Coptic entrance shows some secretive and intense light. This entrance is something like going deep into a crypt. And then the individual private spaces. We can see this light under the sunlight, the holy light and shadow hits the walking road. The dome forms a vast space cut by light, and the light flows with time, carving the time spaces shaped at every moment. And the cops walked to the end of their site and entered the cell, which gave them a great sense of security. Then come to the get involved in spaces. The curved surface guides people to visit the whole space and at the same time limited the space. The combination of its free state and the logic of excavation breaks the concept of the above ground building layer, but continuously to extend downwards, leading people's spirit. And this curved form creates a stable place for a stay and allows for gatherings. This is a single meditation room, and this kind of gather meditation room. Then finally come to the common space like this. We can see the light pouring the space. So this is the complete light narrative. This is the experience sequence of the entire space. The two religions enter from different entries, fill the different spaces brought by different tectonics, and finally converge on common space and connect with the fortress. and remembering their land history, which is belonged to every Egyptian lived in this land. And then going to the nanometer. In the space at the bottom, I took the water level nanometer as a basic model and dig out the space that brings people back to the ground. The language with a strong sense of form tells us the long story of ancient Egypt, provides a scale that allows people to experience the extended curved surface and the light too from different heights and scales. So then at the end, we come to the symbols like people climbed up along the route of ancient Egypt, followed the guidance of light, and walked out of my architecture. This is the hand model. That's all. Thank you.
Professor Gersten, I know you have something to say.
Yeah, wow. I'll say I say wow. Yeah. No, it's very, very beautiful. It's really moving. Can you hear me?
Hold on.
Can you hear me?
Okay.
No? Can you hear me?
We can hear.
Yes?
Hold on, just give us a second to fix the technical problem.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, perfect.
Okay.
Okay, good. Yeah, no, wow is what I was saying.
What I want to say too, wow, crazy student, crazy project here. I mean,
Yeah.
It's a compliment, crazy.
Yeah, wow, that's it. Where is the student? I can't see them.
Okay, come here.
Hi.
Hi.
Thank you. Thank you. No, a very, very moving work, and really, you have a gift because your work is speaking spatially. There's a spatial literacy. I would even say maybe a spatial literature that your work is speaking in. They're sort of. I love, I love that you brought it to light. I mean, I have a few things I want to say, but I just started, I guess, where you got to, which was light. I often think it's all about light, and by that I mean architecture, but I mean more than that. I mean, you can say life. We've been in conversation with light for a very long time, if you ask a photographer what about light, they're going to say something like, well, it's the material of my work. If you ask a physicist about light, they'll probably say something similar. If you ask a painter, if you ask a biological, a biologist, and of course an architect, right? If they're any good, they're going to say it's all about light. And I think that there's a lesson in that because you could get to 30 disciplines that would identify light as the material and substance and inquiry of their work. And I think it's because the human, we have evolved in direct conversation with the sun. And some of those things, it's important to remember that. I guess that's why I got so moved by the end. I'll give you another hint. We've evolved in direct conversation with gravity as well. So in addition to, let's say, those chairs in front of you having been constructed relational to gravity, or the table, or the stands, you can look at the structure of the stands holding the walls. Our body has been in conversation with gravity for millions and millions of years. And gravity is asymmetrical. It's a force, it's a vector, it's a field of vectors pulling in one direction. It's pulling down. And that's why our head is round and our feet are flat, right? We're asymmetrical because we've been in conversation with gravity for a very long time. I just wanted to say that to emphasize why I think light is so important, meaning there's these elements that we have been interacting with for a really long time. The being a body, like the human body. Now I'm going to try to speed up because there's two other things I have to share, but I'm going to do them as quickly as I can. One, in the beginning, the study of the multiple world religions and the fact that that evolved into a new spatial proposition. I think it's extremely interesting. One thing I wanted to offer you to think about and study, there's work to be done in this. Religion, the word religion comes from re-lesion. The re being the same re that is in representation and remember and recognize, right? To recognize is to recognize, the cognitive condition happening again. So the re is a very important re. All the re's in the world. And the re in religion means to re-lesion, meaning to retie, like a knot, like string, right? Re-lesion. Lesion is to tie something. And the reason that that's really interesting for what you're doing and for architecture is that the sacred, which is another word that is often put near religion, right? So religion and sacred. Sacred comes from sack, S-A-C, sack. Like you would say a sack of potatoes, like a bag, a sack. You know, like if you had a bag of potatoes, it's a sack of potatoes. Sacred, sacre, is coming from sack. And why is this so important? Because in principle, there's a structural relationship between the sacred and the religious. The sack is connected, hanging into this world. Sacred, it is believed, is actually structurally, as in like architectural structures, it is hanging, is connected to something else. It is hanging into this world, like on a string, in tension. And the religion is the project of lifting up the fallen sacks. So the religioning is the retying of the ones that fell, right? The ones that are no longer connected. And it's a very important observation for architects because you can think of it structurally, like tension and compression. I have to believe you learned structures, right? A column, a beam, tension, compression. I wish I could say those words in Chinese. I apologize. I have no idea. But compression, like a column is in compression, and something hanging, a string, like a wire, is in tension. The sacred and the religious have that relationship of being in tension and compression. So you can now look at, as you looked at religion itself, you can look at the history, millennium, 10,000 years of the relationship of sacred art and architecture and religious art and architecture. And you will find a structural proposition from the pyramids to the flying buttresses in the great cathedrals in Europe to eventually, Sagrada Familia, you know, the Gaudi. Eventually, I would even say the Seagram's building, where the curtain wall, right? The curtain wall sets free from the bearing wall going back to the pyramid. So the structural, the cross section of religious architecture and sacred architecture over millennium is a spatial literature. It's a spatial literacy on the nature of human nature relative to the religion and the sacred. And that's what I think you're up to. So I again apologize for speaking so long. I just wanted you to know that's what I believe you're searching, and what you're opened up is this deep question of the structural spatial intersection of the sacred and the religious. And the fact that you're doing that with light is just magnificent. The fact that you're authoring your spatial literacy in light is an incredible condition. I have to believe, you know, the Le Corbusier in the 21st century, we have not seen yet. So I think you should continue your pursuit, and maybe you're going to get there. So thank you.
I think she forgot to share her narrative. She has a beautiful narrative, and she has a very beautiful narrative. It's a kind of poetry or something. You can share it as other critics speak. So share it. It's beautiful. And let's hear from Professor Bao. 包老师，你要指导他一下吗？
我就最后那个图我看一眼，你这个设计那个最后那个。
He wants to see the last drawing that she present.
把头那个共享这个屏幕，
共享
不用讲。
那是不是把它掉线了？
不，没事，进来。
好 ，OK。最后一张。
最后打个大图，就是你那个设计。
对，最后，最后，最后，就是它，是它吗？
最后的设计
打大图，
就是你最后的设计，你的我
把这台大一些，可能放大，对，
是这个吗？
好像不是，
不是吧？
不是，来，
哦，
但是这个最后那张嘛，就是有所有东西的嘛，对吧？就是这个，然后
不是那个，就是这个图啊。
对，就是这张最后。
这个我不看，
不看
内部不看，看那个外部和环境的关系。
这个 side plan， 看这个。
对，
对，这个很漂亮，这个。
你把这个解释一下。
忘说了。
那里头不看，因为唯独就那一块你没说。
这条线首先结合了场地的公园的斜坡。
结合俩字儿。OK， 我记啊。
作为能体
哪条线？你说。
This line is a line that pointing towards Mecca, and use this axis towards Mecca.
那我知道。
And it's embedded in the ground. When you enter into the world, it's the Islamic spatial experience.
有几个问题我想问一下。
There's a few questions I want to ask you.
圆球和立方正方
What is the relationship?
建筑的组合
The combination of the circular and the sphere and the cubic is from different religions, right? And I want to ask you whether you have Roman dome in here.
能解决吗？
Can you
你
solve
怎么
that?
解决这问题？
We don't need to solve it. It's underground.
但是你说你要把几种宗教的建筑给
You
它
want
叠加了吗？
to combine different religious architecture. Can you combine them? Cannot do it physically,
精神上
but we
更不能
can.
叠加呀，那打架了该。
Maybe
你
there's
不
a
制造
fight
中
in
东本来就
spiritual.
乱，你不又制造更乱吗？
他是想把这几个空间有一个空间，就大家进来都没有这个这宗教的区别。
那就说那就不要
和平
搞宗教建筑叠加这个逻辑。
它这个是和平的空间，不是打架的。
不，你要是你因为你有一个叠加的概念，那个逻辑产生一开始就有。从圆球，然后方块，然后落一些。我想这个它是一个，你是一个这个理性的过程，但我看是一个宗教精神的一个叠加呀。
And I can see a kind of religious superimposition in here that
那你比80年代的解构主義还要厉害了。
And you are like doing a greater work than the deconstructivism in 1980s.
我想这是一个原则问题。
Are you asking about my attitude? You're being too bold.
另外一个光和尼罗河的关系，你给我解释。
And can you explain a little bit about light and Nile?
尼罗河的关系。
The river of Nile.
对，就光和尼罗河这个关系。
The relationship between Nile and
因为那老先生说了一个，你是把是物理学的，是进化了，是重力了，又垂直了。老先生给你很多解释。就一开始的那几个，就是说我认为这些观念它不是一个你设计的问题，涉及到一个社会宗教问题。
And we are talking about social religion in here. It's not about. It's not only about design.
尼罗河那光那个怎么回事？我闹不清楚。第三个问题就是最后你设计的。
And the third question is, what do you design? What is your program?
我这记录了，我就
I have made my
听不了那么
notes.
多。没有了，因为我不知道你最后那个设计是怎么体现的，包括你提出来就说那个指向卖家，这个那这显然是一个具体的伊斯兰教的问题。
因为您说了3个，我不敢深想的问题，但是
the 3 questions that you mentioned is very essential.
都是非常明确的。社会问题、宗教问题。
It's very crystal clear social question.
先生特别夸奖你那物理学问题是天赋的，他用的这个词儿。是空间维学，这俩词儿我记住了。那你怎么解释你这个天赋和空间维学？
And I agree with the spatial literacy
很高啊。
and your own talent of using light. I think it's not 2 separate questions, the 2 questions, physical and social. The question about physical and social is not separate question. And I think design using light could solve both problems. And I think light could be a syntax to solve the 2. The atmosphere created by light can provide different spatial experience for people. And how does it relate to religion? Because light has sacred aspects. Maybe not so. Light has different aspects. Some are soft. Some are
这个特性要在具体设计当
very
中
strong.
体现。你的设计怎么体现这种光的神圣性？
我觉得它在这里有，它的剖面有，它的剖面和这些细节有。
看不出来。
I think it's in the section and the details. I need to design physical space to have light come into the space to craft the space. And what I design is the exterior, but not the interiority of the space.
我是要求你对于光的认识在设计当中具体体现出来。
I want you to be more specific on
光肯定有
how
这种
light
神圣性。
crafts space. Of
宗教的
course,
光环
light
肯定
has
是在
sacred
线，
aspects.
但这种神圣性你怎么体现出
How
来
would you show the
那在你
sacred
的建筑
aspect
当
in
中
your
会体现。
architecture?
所以我问的很具体。
要是答不出，你可以思考一下，继续思考，在你的这个余生继续思考。
回头咱慢慢交换。
好好好，
我别鞠躬了，
要问，
你给老师鞠躬，我不算。
Okay. Lydia, you want to say something?
I think great project, great presentation. Again, wow, from me too. 光与灵光哈，光是说那个 the material, the light is what you've studied and used to carve out the spaces. 灵光是说你啊，就是like Professor Gersten said, you have a gift with space making. And this is something that you cannot be taught or you cannot learn, to this degree. I think that, that I admire. I think people say, I want to make a space that can question the separation or the conflicts between religions, different religions. That's always a very ambitious statement. I think in a way, the way you've tried, I have to say it's very fresh, and I can see how a space like this would challenge people's experiences and perceptions. And it may raise new conflicts, but at the same time, people would take a step back, and think about the symbolisms in their own religious spaces. So also, Professor Gersten said, there was a Corbusier, and maybe you have a gift, and what? In this instance, I find that the tools that we have nowadays, the computer tools that we have, you're really using it to its full advantage. It's really helping you. I mean, even if Le Corbusier could imagine a space like this, he doesn't have the tools to actually generate the form, but you are actually showing us that what the tools, the contemporary tools that we have, what it can generate. I'm sure this space will be very exciting to experience. So yeah, I mean, this model is just beautiful. I mean, if this was like, like if you proposed this to the production team of Dune, the movie Dune, I mean, they would love it. You know what I mean? Like so yeah, congratulations.
And Dongwu, you want to say something, Dongwu?
Yeah. Well, I mean, this is a beautiful project. One thing that I would like to suggest, because all other critics said beautiful things already, I think you can also think about the time factor in the light. So maybe that's something that you can try, of course, in digital program, but at the same time, you can just make a small physical model, very rough, but then you can start playing with the direction of the lights with a very old-fashioned, but probably that will give you a very, how to say, more depth into your space. Probably, I have a feeling that even though you have you presented a very beautiful drawings and renderings, I have a feeling that your space is even more beautiful in real. So that's something that you can try in the rest of, I don't know how many days you could use before your next semester, but that's something that I'll suggest as a wrap up for this project.
Okay, beautiful. With the material aspect, it's even better. Chris.
Yeah, I want to add that especially, when it comes to reach or when the light flows down the existing wall, the city wall, this would be beautiful. So to really contextualize your project, it's really beautiful. But in that sense, it's really important to add this, let's say, very specific local conditions and the materiality of the wall. And then you can say, this is a project about light and shadow, which really can only exist in this location. So this would be something I would also like to add. But apart from that, I mean, this is something you can do. You remember that we spoke about this point. It's a really a beautiful project, and it has a lot to do, with the core of this studio. So thanks a lot.
Okay, thank you. And I would just sum up with a little comment on her beautiful sections that I asked her to enlarge earlier. It's just like, I think her sections tell a lot about, tell everything about her project. It's just like moments, sacred moments, appear and disappear, appear and disappear. And they're like really beautiful and precise to connect history and the future proposal and her thoughts about different religions and consciousness in the space. And she's like, I work a lot with her, and I keep, telling her to point to some direction. She might not go there, but she's going to a direction that's even better. So I would only congratulations on her, and I have nothing further to say. And I would say good luck and goodbye. Okay, thank you. Okay. Okay, 做得非常好。Lydia, 你说。
I think I really enjoyed your presentation because you say you talk about these diagrams and what you draw matter of factly, like, oh, then this, and this happened. Sunrise, sundown, and the water goes this way. You're just like, 1, 2, 3, 4. 但是 so it's such a like contrast between the way she talked and her work.
Yeah, what she talk is like that, but what she have is with gravitas.
Yeah,
right?
it has so much sensitivity,
right,
and nuance. But then no, it's not a 不是一种就是 observation， 有的就很好玩，你很幽默。
我问你个具体事儿，你这张图拿出来什么意思？我感兴趣这张图。这是环境的事。
对，
这是历史上不会同时出现的3座墙，
历史
这是最古老
存在的和不存在的
最古老的开罗的城墙。
我关心的这个地貌，
这是地段
啊，
这是地段，
这地段，这个地段的环境很有趣儿。
对，
它是一个巨大的斜坡。
是。
以前是堆满了垃圾，现在把垃圾拿走之后填平，变成了公园。
你们这些同学有利用这个？
有的，待会儿出现一个很神秘的项目，你就会看见。对，非常棒的项目。待会儿有一个很神秘的，请稍等啊，很神秘的项目，神秘人出场。Okay, beautiful project. Okay, good. Next students.
I just wanted
Professor
to say
Gersten.
thank you. I just wanted to say thank you so much. I've totally enjoyed this morning, and unfortunately I have to go now.
Well, thank you.
I have a breakfast. But wow, really fantastic work. I just always love seeing what you're all doing together. It's really powerful and deep and important work you're doing. So thank you so much to all of you.
Oh, thank you, Professor Gersten. Thank you for joining us and always supportive to our work. And thank you for your intellectual support and everything that you offer over the years.
Fantastic.
We're so glad to hear from you. Thank you.
Yes, and I hope to see you again soon.
Yes, we will see you again, and I will be back to New York maybe in the summer, and we can meet each other again. And we will share the 2 links. The 2 very beautiful and interesting work that you are going to have. We will share to the students.
Please do. I would love them to come.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye.
咱们几点开始
？4点开始。
我和他说，
要不要吃一点东西？
我说那娜在这里那个课上，我在家里做了8个小时。可以，没事，他们不知道我什么。办公室家电来了，咱们办公室这个这是一个。你放心，我们开始，我肯定是活着回去。对不起，小姑娘啊，我这头我嚼东西了。
这个情形
不那么多，是一个可以。
还有3位同学。
没事，最后
吃一个这个，
最后我肯定能回家就可以。
肯定能回家，肯定能回家。意思要不要吃点东西？
马上就到了，
你们来
了。啊。
这里，往上投。
我什么都不耽误，我不会扔这手手扔可以。这个孩子在最近没走回去了。都听过，我的后。
老师们好，我叫邓雨欣。Good afternoon, good evening, teachers, professors. I'm Julia. So I'll just start my presentation. So I named my design as the path, and it's like kind of study into the old Cairo, Al-Azhar Park, and the city of dead. So let me first introduce my urban analysis in the first 4 weeks into the city of dead in Cairo. So this is our site, the Al-Azhar Park. As you can see, there's like a really huge difference in the urban texture of this park. So on the right, you can see like smaller houses, but on the left, these are the old Cairo. You can see the larger houses. So actually, the smaller houses are the cemetery that's called the Cities of Dead. So the Al-Azhar Park is kind of a huge contrast between either the rich and the poor, or the educated and the non-educated. So here you can see the contrast between the park and the city of dead. So people who lives in the city of dead actually lives with the tombs and lives inside the cemetery. So this is a chart of the educational status inside the residents of the city of dead. As you can see, these are like half of the people living in the city of dead has not received any education. So this is a problem that I want to solve in this project. So I analyze the city of dead, and I want to figure out a way to increase like the connection between people, and increase how people can receive education inside this city. So these are some drawings I did during the first 4 weeks. They are public spaces analysis. Okay, so after this part, I dive into the culture analysis about life and death, because there's a huge like contrast of the city of dead and the park. So it's obviously life and death.
So first, in their Islamic culture, it's really important for them to have prayer times each day, five times a day. So the first one begins at dawn and may be performed up to sunrise. And the second prayer times is when the sun has passed noon. It's about the noon. And the third prayer time is around like 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And the fourth time is around sunset. And the last time is starts at the night. So these are the 5 prayer times in the Islamic culture. And later on, I found inside the Islamic culture, there are 5 stages of life that they believe in people go through. So the first is the origin of life. The origin of life is not just material for them. It's like it's not only material, but like a spiritual stage in their life. And the second stage is birth. Birth marks the beginning of new life, and it starts the challenges and growth and development. And the third stage is the growth, which is one of the most important stages of life. That includes a lot of spiritual, physical, mental growth. And later on is adulthood and old age. So these are like the 5 main stages that's like symbolized in the Islamic culture. So I'll talk about my design. So here are my design goals. First, to narrow down the gap between cities, obviously the city of dead and other cities, and boost community activities, and third, connect people. So what I did is I wanted to connect the sites within the city, and that represents each 5 stages of life. And these sites atmosphere are related to the stages that they represent. The first one is Khan al-Khalili Market that's next to the Al-Azhar Mosque, which represents adulthood. And the Al-Azhar University that represents growth, Al-Azhar Park on the east side and west side that represents origin of life and birth. And last, the city of death, which represents old age. So my design basically is trying to create a trail for life. So this is the drawing I did. I map out all the sites that I mentioned earlier. So yeah. So on the map, these are where my 5 sites are located. This is a picture from a model, and I just kind of marked out the sites, the 5 sites. They're in a linear order. So this is my site plan. As you can see, there are like 5 darker shades that are my sites. So my sites are not like a huge architecture or building, but they're like a small space that could connect people and make people meditate and stop for a while to think about maybe meaning of life. So here's the section that I drew. As you can see, there are like 5 parts of my designs. So these designs that are located in different altitude, but some ways they can see each other and represents different stages of life. So they're not in the right order. It's not like you start with birth and end with old age, but it's like a jumping order. And I think that makes my design even more available for people, because sometimes you can choose like you want to go into different phases of life whenever you want. And so these are like little drawings of each designs. And on the left is the adulthood, which is right next to the Khan al-Khalili Market, and the growth is next to the university and the two of the beginnings of life is inside the park, and the last one is inside the city of dead. So the first one, this is located in the northeast of Al-Azhar Park, as you can see from the map here. These are some renderings I did for this site. As you can see, there's it's facing the dawn, so it's like representing starting a new life. Next is the northwest of Al-Azhar Park, which represents the birth. So it's right next to the old wall the walls that my classmates mentioned earlier. So I created these two thick walls that created a small space for people to meditate. Next, this is a tower beside Al-Azhar University. This one represents growth, and I think growth is something that does not only goes horizontally, but like it goes vertically, and yeah. So this is some renderings of my tower that represents growth. And next is a little slope that connects growth and adulthood. This is like a little pedestrian tunnel that connects these the site 3 and site 4. And these are some renderings of this site. Okay, so the last one is located inside the city of dead, and these are made out of woods. They're structures of woods. So these are some renderings I did. So the white thing that's go inside these wood structures are not solid. They are fabrics, but I didn't make it really realistic. So yeah, it's located in the city of dead. Okay, so the last one I kind of did a little explode drawing on every designs I did, and kind of point out which materials for which part of the design. So I think I kind of used like more natural or more sustainable materials like woods and rusty metals that you can recycle and reuse. Okay, so these are all I want to present for today. That's it. Thank you.
Beautiful, beautiful work. 高老师，你要不要开始？
你把这个5个阶段具体一下，
跟他解释一下，因为
就你就拿着这个解释，不用在电脑上里面，就这个解释就。
Before I leave, can I give a comment?
Yes.
First.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I think this is so beautiful and super poetic project. I think all these 5 artifacts, they are the fact that I like about this project is that they are very unique in each location, but at the same time, they're not how to say too much exaggerated that it overwhelms the context. So I think the fine kind of scale that the student chose is very very delightful, and I think that it's in a way kind of intervene to the existing fabric, but at the same time it doesn't look like it's an alien artifact that's somewhat injected from a foreigner, right? It's very well embedded into the context, and then at the same time the decision that the student chose to have these 5 artifacts along these lines could actually, I mean, I cannot say that I know the city well, but it could actually it could be a kind of a generator or catalyst to overcome the border that the city wall used to make, or even the park used to make on the other side, or on either side of the city, right? So I think, so when you overcome the border, one way is to make your artifact scale super huge, humongous megastructure that could overwhelm the existing city or existing city wall or existing fabric. But the other method, which could be more difficult, but at the same time more kind of challenging, at the same time more interesting, is this way, that inviting a very fine scale interventions to the city, and they become kind of self-generating artifacts that people fill in these artifacts, and I mean, they're not even like a super kind of filled with program artifacts, right? So the people filled in the artifacts with activities, right? And then those things can go along with those 5 different locations. I think this is very beautiful. Good work.
Thank you, Professor.
Beautiful work, beautiful comment. So if you have to go, then just go. 那个包老师，您有什么这个？
一个就是说，你这条贯穿城里多长距离？
差不多1公里。
1公里，就是你这5个点，人类生命历程的5个点，它和环境发生什么关系？
就是我选的。
就是这5个点里头和你的具体的内容发生关系吗？想过没有？
有的，它每个点都有一个主题的。
你具体那块，比如是居民区啊，还是广场啊，还是什么，能发生什么关系？
比如说，就是
另外，这个关系的5个和环境的关系怎么延续？
它主要其实体现在它和环境，因为
好的，你说说看。
就是比如说像公园，它就是一个比较郁郁盎然、生机蓬勃的地方，所以我选择它作为类似生命的起。
这个是1公里，对吧？
对，这里是公园的范围。
是。
然后这里有2个地段，就是2个设计分别在朝5个点，1公里5个点。对。
是，我知道1公里，我就是每个点里头是什么环境，你要设计这个内容。你先一个一个点来讲，就这个点是生命的哪个阶段？为什么设计在这个位置？
就是出是这个，它是朝东的方向，所以它是可以迎接曙光，就是太阳升起就可以照进这个，就是这个是第1个点，就位置上，对，然后它是。 Chris,
she needs to do a little bit explanation in Chinese for Professor Bao. So she's trying to do like a very specific explanation of each point. What is the program for each point and how it relates to the environment? And she's explaining the first one is the birth. So it's in the slope. Is it the highest point within the 5 points? It's the same elevation of the second point. The second.
你先说第1个，慢慢来，不着急。
The first one
就是你那个柱子和洞和这个立起来这个是什么东西？
What is the
洞是什么意思？
The wall standing up. What is the hole in here, and what is the column?
掏进去的洞。
为什么要掏洞？
Why would you excavate the earth. And what I want is it grow up from the earth. And that's the kind of metaphor of the life
这个就
birth
很难说
from
了，因为一旦作品任何一
earth
个作品，不管是什么，你放到一旦做出来之后，这不由你解释了。
when work comes out, you
你这个
can't
人的
explain
生
it.
命的诞生，在迎着太阳，这个想法很好的。
Birds,
迎着太阳诞生了。
birds of life facing the sun is a very good idea.
艺术和生命相结合，你这个
And
主意是很好。问题就
sunrise
是你这个
has some
立
sort of
柱八根儿什么意思？
connection with the birds of life. Why would you have a column? And I learned from the architecture syntax of Egypt. And they have columns without the top.
那你是哪个目
And
的
earth,
谁的
the
你
sky
设
is
计的
the top
叫
for
什
the
么名来
columns.
服？
What's the name of the
那
architecture
有
that
具
you're
体的
trying to,
它的柱子是迎着阳光的。
and column facing the sun? And the position of the column has something to relate to
另外那个
the
墙
path of the sun.
就立起来那个是什么材料？
And what about the wall? What's the material for it?
嗯，
It's a stone wall.
那和太阳怎么发生
And
关
how
系？
does it relate to the sun?
这个石墙立在这里的地主是因为这边是它上面是有环形，
Because we have a circular path in here. And I want to have a partition in here, a separation in here. I want the space to be a little bit more private, more sacred. It's not a space that everybody can see the whole. I create a privacy here.
生命迎着太阳升起。
I like your
这个理解
idea.
很好。
I like the
但是
idea.
具体你用一个建筑形态，
And what is
目
the
前的柱子可以
architectural
沿着阳光
expression of it?
如果早晨一定时间，那个柱子连成一条线，
Maybe at some
但
point
是一个洞
in the
和那个
morning,
墙就很
the
难说话。
the column would
我就说
connect
到
to
这儿
be a line,
这个要
and
要
the
要
whole
深入考虑，
might not
甚至
be
你可以
very
在北
precise.
京选一个点，
Maybe
你
you
早
can
晨
pick a
体会
point
一
in
下，
space in
自
Beijing
己
and trying to test it.
体验一下这种感觉。那个设计可能更丰富。我建议你找一个早晨，在
I
北京找一
suggest
个
you to
山
pick
坡
a
在某个
morning
地
and
方，
find
迎着
a
太
kind
阳，
of a slope in
你
Beijing
记住什么季节、
and
什么时间阳光出来，
mark the time,
你
specific
体会一
time,
下做这个。
and try
完了，
to test
第
it
二个
out. And the second point, what is the
哪个
second point? It's in here.
哪个模型？这个
This is
这个模型你往哪角度？你告诉我，
what is the direction of the
我知道
model?
它
You're
是
trying
我
to
和
position it.
它是和你的阳光是顺着的还是横着的？那哪个是前，哪是后？哪个朝东，哪朝西？
This is the beginning,
这头
pointing
朝西，
towards west.
把它转过来，转过来。哎，帮个忙，小伙子。
姑娘们也可以帮忙。
好的，知道了。
Okay, it's in the slope.
然后它主要是因为它代表是阶段里面
It represents
出生
the second
生命开
stage,
始。
the birth, the birth of
第一个
life.
它是在第
The
三
first one is
生命的起
before
起
birth,
就是在
the origin
出
of
生
life.
之前，他们觉得
这是生命开始了还是没开始？
没开始，这个没开始，
这个没开始，
这个没开始，
那
这个
这个是
是开始了，
生命已经开始了。
出生
刚刚
的
开始，
对，
嗯
刚开始，对，所以主要是他从
还挺新鲜的。
很好玩的，
嗯，
特别好玩。
特别好玩啊！我讲的还是挺新鲜的。
对，
然后它就是我想象它是一个，也是从山，就是也是从山坡上长出来的一个东
It's
西。
also
探出
architecture
探出来，这个探出来。
bursts from
生命的第一声是痛苦
the
的，不叫
ground.
不叫唤都得打屁股。
Oh, and the first sound of birth is painful. It's a painful one.
这是出生了没出生？很具体的，我要。
没出生之前，
那
Before
就是说还没出生。
这个是还没出生。
那这个出生了，
对，
出生了
第二点
是什么形态
是出生了，第一点没出生。What is the
你的建筑是
architectural
和出生的
expression
生
for
命的时态怎
for
么放到
birth？
一起？
存在的价值、存在的意义最开端是没有出生之前发生的。
他说建筑的表达，出生和没出生有什么区别？
一个是从从土里挖出来，一个是从直接长出来的。
这些语言都没有问题，问题就是我们这些建筑的实体和你生
What
命
is
的
the
如何，
architectural
这是
expression
一个难题。
that
难
shows
在这儿，因为你
the
不是文
birth
字，
of life?
你不能靠文字说话，
And you need
你靠
to
别人去理解。
express it with architectonic, but not with words.
我们说整个题目很有趣。
就比如说这两堵墙吧，你可以想象你出生的时候是什么都没有见到，但是出生了之后见到了一个
You can see nothing
广阔的世界。
before you birth. When you grow up, when you after the birth, you can see everything.
有的时候是开放的，有的时候是
Sometimes it's
不由
open.
你解释，不能解释。
You cannot
因为建筑一
explain
拿出来，你不能
with
站在前
words.
面给人家说呀。
You have to have
你
your
比如这墙有
architecture
多高，
explain it.
多长，
How tall is the wall and how high
那就
is
这
it?
高度可太高了，
And that should be very
太
precise.
高了。
That should be
那
very
你想
precise.
想，现在在建筑界，尤其建筑界，谁是第一个做墙的？
Who is the
你和他们
first
有什么
person
区别？
to build wall in architecture? And what is your
太
difference
多了，
between them?
包括这次安藤最后还做了
Tado
个假塑料
Endo
墙。
has made a
本来他
plastic
那个水
wall.
泥墙是很了不起的，但是做假塑料墙，人村的都要通过。哎呀，我说教练，那个教练，刚不久，前两天在北京那个大型展览，他把他那水泥墙变成塑料墙，而且也带窟窿眼儿。哎呀，我太丢人了。因为做墙，
And I think it's a shame for Tado Endo to create a plastic wall.
美国最有名一个雕塑家做的墙，
Most famous wall created by an American sculptor. Oh, Richard Serra. Richard Serra has made
博物
a
馆里
wall.
最多的就是做墙，他的墙的意思实际隔绝。
His wall.
安藤也做了一个 L 型墙，安藤后来把墙做了好多好多。
Tado Endo has made numerous walls.
慎重，因为这个语言
Be careful.
它带有一种符号性
The
的。
syntax has symbolic
你
meaning.
要用，你肯
When
定
you
要
use
超越
it,
于它。
you have to go beyond them.
但作为学生，我认为还是挺高兴。
But I'm so happy to see
这个
you
题目
as a student to challenge the
老
topic.
头问这么多，下一个。
Next point.
成
The
长
third point
多大呀？
is growth. Growth.
多大年龄？你设想，起码你有一个设想，这种成长在多大年龄？
10几5岁
在成熟之前，
before
这个
mature.
生命太长了。
Before
那个成
mature.
熟嘛，法律上是18岁可以结婚。
对，
在幼儿
18岁前
园和托儿所就是2个阶段，所以你把这个成长的、成熟的有一
You
个
have to be a little bit more
概念
precise
这个概念是靠你这个建筑来说话，不
of
是靠你说
growth.
几岁孩子。
And it
这个
has
建筑
to
怎么体现这种成
has
长？
to
就是成
express
长
through
通常
architecture.
我们会想象是往上在进步，
And
它
growth
是一个
is like a progression
垂直向上
upwards.
就不是一个直线往前。
It's not a progression horizontally towards.
而且从洞里头钻出来。
Does it grow up from
那
a
有
hole?
一点可以不用洞了嘛？
Maybe you don't
他
need
已
the
经
hole.
见到了这个大千世界了。
It's already live already see
他是最自由自在
life
奔向那种
at
美
world.
好的那段阶段，他没有责任了。
And
他的
it's
成
a
长和
stage
快乐受到
with
呵护，
without
受到大自
responsibility.
然的哺育，
And
那是最美好的阶段。
it's
我
the
想你把
best
这个阶段
stage
作
of
为，
life.
但是这一种墙要爬上去这个事儿，那太难为那孩子。
It's great.
creating
所
trouble
以这老头儿
for
来解释，专门
inhabitants.
给你往歪了解释。就我认为这个阶段可以的。我们从建筑上还没有人做这个主题。
对。很特
只
别。
有挪威的雕塑家做了从老的一群雕塑。
Only one
都是按人体
Norwegian
来做的。
sculptor.
那个
He has to do with the stage of
那
life,
个太图形，他用写
but
实的
it's
办
too
法。因
literal.
为你这个办法呢，显然是和大地相结合，
And
那还
your
是很不错的一个
method has
前提不错，
relationship with
但
the
是很
earth.
难。
It's very difficult, and
我
but
是
you are
想那样，
being very
这种生命
brilliant
迎着朝
to
阳这
pick
很
that.
好。生命诞生了，那是没诞生的，这是诞生了。这个过程你要思考一下。
You have to think about
我想还是
the stage of birth.
对人的生命的，这是整个人类历史的一个阶段。这个题目也很好的。
And it's
但是这个你说是在
stages
也好，
within
起码在
human
18岁
history.
之前吧，这个时候对家长、社会都是呵护的
Before
宝贝啊。
18,
他们
everybody
思
takes
想最
care of
奔
it,
放的、
of
自由自
the
在的、
life,
充满了阳光的，所以那时候你
full of freedom.
爬烟囱没？
And maybe you don't have to climb up the
第三
chimney.
个，
第四个了。
第四个，
The fourth one.
第四个其实和成长是连在一起，第四个
The fourth
是
one connects to
成熟，
growth. It's mature.
它是到了这里的一个广
It's in
场，
here.
出来之后
It's in a
是
square.
市集，
And when you come up, it's a little market.
它是主要是环境有。
那就别钻在地
Connects
下了，
with
早就出来了。 怎么
it
又钻地
connects
下
to
去了？
to the environment.
为什么？
我也想做天桥，
Originally, I want to create a bridge,
但是对这个产品来说不是
but it's not very friendly with the
成
site.
长，我想成长这一段是应该最有活力的一段，它
Growth
还不像未成熟的时候。 这
uh,
段时候最
mature
这个
is
时候
the
他
most
把要
vivid
实现他的理想和前途，
and
那
with
就是最奔放的一代
ambitions
开
and
始了。
stage
这
of
一代
life,
是最辉煌的开始，
the most beautiful stage of life.
还没到老嘛。对，这一
And
段是最
having
成熟的，
become
它是担
yeah.
负到怎么说呀？命运呢，责任呢，上有老下有
the
小啊。
stage of
但是对于
faith
国家和命运
and
的担负者这类
responsibility
的，
and
别往地底下钻了。
and you should come up to the
给
ground.
你，所以什么人都到了这个空间，都充满了一种朝气。
Everybody when
他应该是
when
这样。
comes to the space would have full of
看老
energy.
年吧，
Let's see
早年是这个，
old age.
然后它是位于
又跑哪儿去了？
这里，
又跑东头
Old
去了。
age is in the city of
这里
death.
这里这个城叫做死亡之城。
City of death.
它
Old age.
它叫死亡之城的原因是因为它这边全部都是房屋，但是有人居住在这里，就是有挺多
Life
人
and
居住在
death exist at the same
我倒
time.
觉得没有必要和死亡再去碰了。
I
中国
think
人有一句话，骨盆而过呀。 中国人
it's not
红白喜事，
necessary to
知道吧？ 老死
go
啊，正常
into
死
the
亡，你这个肯定是正常死
city
亡。
of death.
正常死亡穿越，这和西方不一样。
And
基督教呢，死亡那天都得穿黑衣服。
death could
中国欢天喜地
be，a
从
happy
老子那时候到现在也是那样。
celebration
我
too.
住通州，一旦有老头死了，这好几天得上医院到这儿了都。
It could be very
不必和
noisy
他去
and happy.
所以我说，我们是目前就是你们这一代人在建筑和文化上面临的是和人类去对话，不是给中
Okay, the
国，
architecture
不是完全给中国人
generation,
的，
the
也不是给
question
伊
is
斯
to
兰教，
face a human question of
是对
humanity,
人类。所以我
not
重复了好几
specifically
遍
for
这蓝天啊，
Islamic
对
or
人类命运的
Egyptian
关注，
or
不必
any
和他去
specific context. We have to stand in a higher point of view.
其实不是为了说要去证明说伊斯
Five
兰教对于
你证明不了，
对，
但是你是
但是
情感表达很好的，我
就是这些，比如说这个东西放在这里，它不是为了让你去体验死亡， 是让大家
在那你可能在那个民族不太习惯这样。
对，但是就是想要创造一个让
Want to
人可以聚集
create
在一起的。
a space for people to gather.
我估计可能的，因为这宗教的习俗和宗教的观念在具体的伊斯兰教里太具体了。但是你整个主题不是关注伊斯兰教的问题，你是关注，所以所以说我是觉得，你们现在青年关注的还是人类文化。我想从这个角度来，我特别感受。我对我建筑了这么多年，我就说老老小小一大堆人。 我想这个希望都在你们这儿。
感谢，感谢，
这是真正真的。我们现在为什么你们都说英语啊？因为现在世界的文化的主流还是英语嘛。
The hope, architecture, hope is in you.
你们会？我俄语也不会。
Did you get the message, Chris? Talk about what you feel later.
所以我头一幕。
So have you covered
The
all
hope
5
is with
points?
you. You are responsible for it. Okay, go ahead.
疫情期间，维纳那个活动那天的点击率好像上6万，好像。
哦，
太高了。
对。
也没有碰到今天这个情况。今天虽然冷清清，也还好。
网上好多人的，没事。我们不敢太过于那个，因为学校的课不让我们弄得太像网红。
无所谓，不在人多少。
对，
人多了也吓唬不了人，那不。这题目很好。
对，非常好，非常好。
就你那个没说清楚。
还是笔记的，您讲一遍。
回头，人家还有下一个孩子。
没了。
挺好。我希望将来能看到你不是真正的东西。这个题目很好的。
对，
雕塑家没做过，建筑师也没有做，没人做过的。
是的。
很难。
It's a very difficult question, Chris.
这就很好了，就怕没有啊。
You already have it, and it's perfect.
最早在这儿是第一次带课。
Okay, the first time Ma Yan-song has class in here. I still have the work. We don't have very surprise, and Miss Wei Na. This work does not surprise me. Okay. Okay.
没有了。对不起啊。
Good. 非常好，谢谢您，真是。Chris, talk about what you think. The hope is in you. Okay.
Okay. So I guess, you know, this is one of the moments you don't experience so often in your life. So Julia, I'm very happy for you that you received this reflection from Bao Bao. So I think it was very rich to go through all of these stages. And so since I'm very deep into this project, I don't want to add a lot. I think it's a beautiful project. And the only thing that I would like to advise you, since you might, you know, one day, sooner or later, you would bring this into your portfolio or something, I would like to ask you to kind of resketch the renderings. I'm not so sure if the renderings fit perfectly, like aesthetically, to your project. So maybe you are lacking a little bit of time. I understand this, but it would be wonderful if these are maybe just sketches or black and white drawings with some coal. You might think about this. Or you can also go very simply, let's say you take your models, take them out into the yard and make some photos with light and shadow. I think this would underline the beautiness of your project. So thanks a lot. Thank you.
Mike. 你就中文吧。
我觉得你有一个很聪明的项目，就是作为设计策略来说，这是一个很聪明的4两拨千斤的一个方法，你找到了一个很好的方法，尤其对一个发展中国家来说，这样的建造方法呢，对他们来说是没有太大压力的，sustainability 也好。cost effective 也好，从这些角度来说，你的这个策略都非常的合理。 但是呢，我就是刚才包老师说的，就是他问你的这些问题，就是非常的直接，但为什么这些问题很好？是因为他逼着你去真正的去想、去回答，每一个每一个设计的一个动作，说实话，你这个就是作为一个 collection 一个系列，在城市中存在是成功的、合理的，但是就是每一个呢都是就是 you know you want there to be more，但这个可能也有时间的原因，但其实就是你想问的问题很大。落实在这个每一个的小品里面呢，还可以再 push 自己一点。如果你说我有20个，也许我可能不会特别的对每一个都就是这么，就说应该 there's more，也许，但是你只有5个，而且每一个有一个很大的生命的，对吧？一个帽子，一个问题，生命的来源、出生啊，什么成长。对所以我觉得他每一个都值得你更加的去push 自己一下，但是我觉得作为一个建造策略，在开罗，我觉得会对会非常的合适，还有就是说关于它每一个都是个 passage，我不知道这人能停下来做什么，我还是说你觉得这没关系，只需要去走过去就好了。
下一个，在不同不是周边的一些城市级带来不一样，所以它既是要行走，然后去观察周边，但同时它不是一个连贯的一整条那个 structure 这样的大码，让人真的就实际上要走，这是我想，但是是锻炼，
对，所以就是就是这个项目呢是那种你要勇敢的面对，就是问自己且回答自己的问题，因为你想就是你想想的这些 idea 很大，然后呢你用一种好像看似是4两拨千斤的方法去实现，但是它这里面作为一个故事线有一段我觉得是成立的。然后可能有一段你需要再去问自己，如果你敢问自己，且你敢去回答自己的这些问题，不去回避，我觉得你可能会找到更多的发现。
我现在帮
是 of selfless 放开
个同学可能帮他把这个书法给我。
这种事看见了就问，不能说你还是不是你说？
我是给这可能
他就是打下来的时候
会到，
他自己是坏了。
行，简单一点同学。吃点呗。
不着急，不着急。
你喜欢吃这个？
就有这个就可以。
这个也喜欢，我妈都不吃这个。就是啊。
我愿意我在基本上是中午的讲。
哦。
一讲课呢，大伙就省事了，马上有车的了，仿佛买的车丰富的，哎，对对。
这个不要掉下来。
没关系，没关系。罚完了就走了。
对，本来我想。
不用，别走那些关系。别表演节目。
一会儿
一起走。一会儿车上吃这个就可以了，不着急。
然后这个其实可以放老师们面前，因为这个就是我做的一个 study 就是说这可以 it's interchangeable。
对。稍微节约一下时间。看一下。
不看他那个。不看那不看。
怎么？
那个麦。
我还是希望把握咱们这宏观上的。
他这个还挺好玩。
好，各位老师好，Hello everybody, my name is Jason 或者李志德，and this is my project for this studio. So I'm
要不用中文吧？Grace, since you are the only foreigner and very much you know the project, so he will speak in Chinese. Is that okay for you?
Yeah, it's okay. Maybe a few words sometimes in English. This would be
yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry, Mr. Hesse. OK. 那我就开始了。好的，就是首先我想说一下，就是我是一个画画出生的小孩子，所以我特别喜欢用炭笔画，就是我从小就很喜欢画画，所以就是我很多的那个做的研究都是跟艺术有关系的，就是我用了炭笔或者就是像其他的 medium 这样子画了一些就是会比较感性一点的研究介绍就是我
现在不方便吗？
一会儿我可以给您看一下就是我这些做的呢就是我是想象把这个城市为一个positive and negative space， 然后它是一个整体，然后我就想他们如果把这些东西都 clump 在一起的话，这个图像会是什么样子的然后这2张图是我最早画的之一，就是我在做这个埃及历史文化研究和那个宗教研究的时候想把这些元素融入到城市里面，所以我就用一个很 expressionist 的方式去把那些就是古埃及的文字转化成这个城市肌理然后就做成了这个右边的这张图然后我就把这些很重要的建筑就是都拉到上面去做了一个 地平线的，就是那个 city skyline 然后就是最上面我是用一个炭笔根据就是这个我去查了这个建筑的高度去画的一条线，然后左边呢就是一个非常就是我是就是闭着眼睛画的，就是它是就是我画完右边这张图之后，想象了一下，就是这个空间就是以我的理解是会长什么样子，然后我就是利用这个方式对这个城市进行了解，然后这个第二张图讲的是我在 Al-Azhar Park 本身它所具有的空间附近是有什么样的区别就是我对这个的理解呢，就是我觉得建筑本身它还有就是人做的东西，它会有2种不一样的性质，但是他们所追求的是一样的，就是 gravitate people towards it，就是我这个的意思呢，就是说会有一个像宗教的教堂，或者是这个mosque， 或者是像 university 这种地方是会actively 就是找人去到那个地方，然后利用这个去就是让 humanity innovate， 然后 move forward。然后 negative space，negative gravity 的意思呢是它不是一个贬义词，它意思是就是像 nature 或者 open space 或者像 park 这种可以让人静下心来，然后就是就是反思，然后可以利用就是 the force of nature 去回顾这样子的一个功能。然后他们是一个是 passively gravitate people， 一个是actively gravitate。
Sorry, guys, I cannot hear you.
最后可以把这个画。
然后我想说一下，就是我为什么要画这个东西接下来就要说一下，这里有好几张图没有出现等一下，就是我就说一下这里是什么图吧，就是我是做了一个对就是 ancient Egyptian religion 的研究，还有Islamic architecture、religious architecture 的研究。然后我觉得他们2个都是以不同的方式去追求永恒。然后在那个 ancient Egyptian temples 里面，他们就像我举个例子，那个Temple of Hatshepsut 或者 Temple of Amun-Re， 他们会利用光线、利用空间的密度去表达一个空间到底是如何神圣。然后我以那个 Temple of Hatshepsut 举一个例子就是说他在那个山的山崖旁边就是往内挖了一个大概10米深的房间，然后这个房间只有在夏至的时候才会被阳光照到因为这个地方它的柱子非常多但它其实不需要这么多柱子，它要有这个的原因是因为它想让这个空间感觉并不是一个就是活着的人应该经常待的，而是一个it's a space between life and death。所以说他们 define 神圣空间的方式就是用 columns 然后他们的密度然后 mosques 他们很多 那个平面的构造是以一个中庭，然后很多人可以在那里朝着一个方向去每天pray 然后这个方式就是他们追求的是 consistency 就是每一天他能够做一样的事情，然后让人可以就是以做这种事情而成为更好的人所以一个是以afterlife 作为一个 eternal 的一个reward， 然后一个是以就是在活着的时候做一个 consistent 的东西去达到这个eternity。然后就是我在这几张图里面抽取了一些我的理解的东西，然后试图把这个做成一个形式。然后我想做的东西呢，就是找到这个 positive and negative gravitational energy 里面它的永恒点是什么，就是有什么东西是 timeless 的然后我觉得因为 Al-Azhar Park 这个地方是一个 buffer zone， 所以它能够为人带来的就是给人脱离这个他们生活的这个 fast pace 的点，然后让他们去这个地方去做就是 meditate 然后我找到的那个地段是Al-Azhar Park 地下的一个水池，它这个以前在90年的时候是做了一个储水处，但是它现在的使用方式并不是特别多就并不是很多，然后它的那个水是从尼罗河过滤，然后有一个很长的那个一个 pipe 去 pump 进来，然后因为它这个地方需要做一个这一个 park， 所以它把那个3个水池的顶部做了3个不一样的功能其中那个最北边的功能是一个儿童乐园然后我在这个儿童乐园的下面就是取了这个点就是不知道老师能不能看到这个图，就是我不知道为什么。
小图能看到，
对，
大图。
就是它的这个地方是80米的长度，然后40米深我想做的呢就是利用这个水池的就是 the natural space 去制作一个很神圣的空间，能够让人就是脱离现实，进入到一个 surreal 的地方，让他们能够更容易的就是利用他们五官去感受去做到进入到他们的那个 flow然后就是我这里放的呢就是其实就是我这里的一些东西就是我当时做的一些 study 呢，就是把这个就是做了很多 section 就这个剖面，然后我就想这个地方如果人进去的话，它会是一个什么感觉？我就做了一个圆，然后把画面放进去，就是想利用这个形式的方式去做一个比较有五官上的体验的东西，然后而不是就是语言上。
最后这句话做一个
就是利用五官去体验的，而不是用语言去表达的一个空间。
所以他的意思就是不要用艺术，而是用自己的五种感受来去创作这个体验。
然后所以说我选的这个地段就是最北边的这个水池，然后它绝大部分的空间都是在地下的然后我选的这2个线的意思是它的那个就是往左的这一条线是指向着那个这一条线是指向着那个金字塔胡夫金字塔的，然后这一条线是指向那个卡巴的这个就是我2个religion 里面最具有 gravity 最具有 gravity 的2个地方然后呢它这个本身是以这个北就是朝南北向的，所以它在 冬夏至的时候在就下面的水池里会有很特殊的效应，就是它会照到一个 direct light 进入到水里面。然后我在设计这个的时候，主要研究的就是这个 Macarnas 还有他们的生成方式，还有就是那个伊斯兰教本身的这个pattern。我就首先把这个传统的 Macarnas 做了一下，把它拆开，然后拆开之后我就就是描绘了一下它的爆炸图，然后从中去取得一些就是比较重要的geometric shapes， 然后我再把它就是那个图形，然后
突然变成英语了，
这不好意思，我中文不是我第一语，不好意思。然后对，然后我再以这个做平移和extrude， 然后做成然后拉伸之后，我把这个上下的宽度做改变这样的话它在那个空间里面就会有不一样的感受。我做的这个大家就是老师们可以看到，它是只有一层的，但是它实际上是因为里面有水，所以它是一个 quote unquote groundless architecture， 就是它没有那个地面。对，它的这个楼梯呢是往下走40米的，这个是很不现实而且很不人性化。但是呢它这样做的原因是因为它里面是有水的，所以它在这个冥想空间里面的主要功能是在一个paddle board， 就是一个水的板子上面做冥想然后就是然后老师们可以看到，就是右边这张爆炸图，就是它是以这个很多个这样子，我自己以自己的方式形成的一个注释然后在这个注释和水之间的一个行动。对，然后它这个上下有不一样的柱子，是因为就是我想表达那个 positive 和 negative force， 正和负的那个拉力
量。
对，然后对对，就是想表达我之前所做的一些研究。然后然后这个地方它是一个很永恒的东西的原因，是因为我把这个地球的历史想象成一个可动的东西，它会根据时间去把建筑和土地给产生变化然后我的这个点就是它是一个像 anchor 那个对那个的东西一样，它能把所有的这些东西拉住，然后成为一个不受时间和历史变迁而改变的建筑。然后所以说它是在一个就是地下，然后就是在这个正负之间的一个东西所以说在这里面它的引力因为水的原因不受限制，然后对，然后它的那个高度也会变化。
在这个里面有一个很大的起伏落，这个水位不停的每天在变化，因为它在储水放水，那个绿色的包就是水位的变化。
对，所以说在早上他们的感觉和晚上的感觉是不一样的，因为它的柱子的那个高度会不一样，然后它的宽度也会不一样。有一些柱子在某些地方会是空心的，然后有一些地面的那个柱子它比较矮，所以只有在水比较低的时候，它才能够上去那个地方冥想。对，然后他们所使用的这个 paddle board 也就是就是我设计的这个方式因为我这个很多柱子它的空心地方不是正方形，而是就是一个尖锐角的所以说它做一个这样子特殊的 paddleboard， 它就能够在比较狭窄的时候也能就是进入到这个比较私人的空间然后我把这个地方做成从疏到密，是因为我想达到这个根据不一样的功能而且看就是不一样性格的人喜欢在什么地方冥想，他们能够就是找到他们适合的地方和时间里然后这张图可以看得出这个不同水高度的时候，他们那个柱子的就是大小，还有就是人能够通行的地方就是说有一些路其实在某些高度是不能通行的，但是在另外一个高度是非常宽的。然后这个就是我做的一个渲染图，就是它是它的那个光的 light source 是比较直接，然后在夏至的时候，它是会在这个中间的这个柱子的会直接晒一个光下，感觉就像一个无形的平面。然后右边2张图可以看到就是2个指向两个非常重要的建筑的图。然后我这里有一张图没有出现，然后讲的是一个材料的分析我主要想使用的是砂石。首先它是一个非常固定厚重的材料，而且它是一个在附近就能运输过来的，就是 local material我觉得它非常适合这个地段。然后而且它上面是一个就是比较活跃的地方，所以它就比较砂石和草配起来就是会比较好。然后最后讲一下，就是它水面上这个光线照，它还会有一个点这个水面反射的光线，然后就是也想表达一下它那个反射的那个波纹也是我五官上面设计的点之一。谢谢大家。
老人家该睡觉了。I love this project. This is like, I mean, from your diagrams, your drawings, to your transcending beyond the diagrams, and then back to something that is, you know, a building. And super fun, right? Paddleboard for meditation. I mean, this is like, 对啊 ，paddleboard 啊，不是吗？是这个吗？还有别的船？就是这船。对，I mean，建筑设计、景观设计，还有产品设计 ，right? Like how fun! Like I think this is great. I mean, they should build this project. And a great, I mean, this site it is existing, right?
Yes.
It's a and it is literally just a reservoir.
Yes.
And it's still in use.
It's not active, so they don't need it. So it's actually a possibility.
对，而且你就是研究那叫什么那个柱头，就是这个就是穆斯林教的这个图案形成的这些柱子的形态，就是我从建造角度上来讲，它就是比较可实现，但是你得到的这个体验，是远远超过它建造的投入，你知道，所以这个就是一个让人觉得很，就是 that's an architect's thinking。我觉得对你来说，你可以看一下他的这个建造方式，就是其实你们在空间上和光上面想有一种同样的一种神圣的体验。那我觉得 something that you know like something that is you know, very buildable. I'm tired. 我刚才还想好多东西，但是我现在想不起来了。但我觉得你的表达也很清楚，在水不同的一天不同的这个高度，有的空间在水位低的时候没有，或者水位高的时候才能体验到。我觉得这些都非常好。对 I mean I just because I love paddleboarding, so it's like I want to go to this place. 然后就是你知道就是那个网红目的地。对 ，OK，
非常好。高老师，
来给您。
我是对比着谈啊，刚才那个姑娘老师，圆脸那个姑娘没有了，她跑那你到前头了，溜了，我就把他俩作为对比一下啊。因为闺女呢，她是一个对生命的历程的思考，更多是感性。虽然他建筑体是，建筑体的逻辑性也不强，然后这小伙子那就不得了了，他追求永恒，不受历史时间观，这些概念都属于这个金字塔是这样，它是一个物质的，希望永恒的。中国历史文化没有永恒，孔子、老子都没有像。古希腊所有的哲学家都有像，孔光都有肖像，这个文化上可能是这样。另外你这个整个思维是一种非常理性，水位的高低啊，力量的正负啊，空间的正负水，这一切思维都是一种理性的逻辑的这种思维。水位高低和人的生命没有关系，联系不起来。你那是人工的水位高低。我昨天有一个朋友正在丰岛，他又给我发来那个小伙子那个水滴了。水滴了。丰岛的一个最有名的建筑，西德利卫那个水滴啊。我说那个水滴很值得我们去分析去。哎呀，很多人坐到里头真是冥想不动的。有人去过这个，是不是在日照啊？那个城在那个濑户内海里头有一个岛叫丰岛或土岛，那里头安藤做了很多东西在指导。他这个设计就是那样的，那是西德利卫最有名的一个作品，叫水滴。是一个艺术家就做了一件作品，就是水滴，他也做了一个建筑叫水滴，你知道吗？这么一个圆溜溜的吗？真不知道。
水滴
啊，
水滴，
我一切就查到了，怎么能不知道？那是日本年轻建筑师里头火的一种东西。哎，但是大家做的那个水滴啊，还带个大窟窿眼，一个施工工艺很了不起。一个大沙子堆起来，一个施工很了不起的，它就水泥堆了土之后，一个水泥的薄壳，然后把土挖走，中间大窟窿。从山上下来远看根本不像什么水，那大窟窿眼很大，能够天儿。对。但是人们进到里头之后，哎，地面就冒出水珠来。那这个水珠不是泉水啊。这人的
那个雾气啊，从那个露水，
因为只有人到那里头都非常虔诚的，都不说话了，轻轻的，有坐着有卧着的，哎，水珠就流出来，毛细血。它是一个科学的，是个技术的，它不是一个咱们看到那个天然的那种水，那完全是个技术的。
Okay, what Professor Bao is talking about right now is basically how there's another architecture that uses mist to Asana that uses mist to communicate a similar concept as me.
他这个孩子最开始呢，他其实是研究的
and that whenever someone sits at a certain spot, there naturally be mist and sauna that sprays out. And what he's saying is that's not actually like nature; it's man-made. And he thinks that it should be a more natural way of creating this atmosphere, and that's the advice he's giving me, like to think about how what's a more natural way to make the water rise and fall.
但是它前面那些绘画挺有意思，绘画就是关于这个历史和这个空虚，历史的重量和这个开放空间的这种空虚，把这个等于是把这种同时表达了这种历史的重量以及开放空间的可能性，把这俩画在一起，这是他其实特别就是。
但这些东西全部是他个人的情感，他是历史的利用啊。
对，
他没有自己的情感。
但是他在画的时候，其实产生了很强的一种倾向性，就他画的其实非常有。
但这些一看这个，
对，
都那个非常。
他的思维也没有。你那个这里最大的问题就是利用水，但这水都不是人工超测的，那不是自然的，不是雨水，不是暴风雨啊，是人工超测的。所以这样的，所以我为什么讲希特勒卫那件作品，你们网上查一查，我去了特虔诚啊，那真冒水珠啊，日本人做的很到位，做的太到位了。我们还没有这么讲，张永科有个作品是啥？就是邓，包括张永科做那个变换的门的，它是一个物理学的问题，这在建筑界很普遍。
我可以说一句，就是虽然它这个水确实是用人工去升降的，但是它利用的原因并不是因为这个建筑的存在，而是因为它需要去灌溉这个树木，还有就是它那个水的高低是为了灌溉这个公园的本身，所以对啊，所以它的用处是 keeping this park alive，就是为了这个地方的生存。
娱乐的水对埃及人最大的意义是什么？
就是生命。
尼罗河的水的周期性的涨和落呀，对埃及文化最大的影响。你要研究埃及，
就是它。
他刚才回答，他认为
埃及对天文学会对它的农业，这个尼罗河的水是他们总结出来最了不起。但是那个是天然的，不是人工的，也人工灌溉的。所以我讲的就是我们目前很明显的思维上一种强烈的这个部分，他把一个舞蹈的形式转化为一个建筑形式，这种形式到形式的转化，这种思维目前是我们建筑界最常见、最大量，唯独新农没有之一。我是希望建筑师拿最微小的一种生命的情感激发你的灵感、你的创作，这种培养比较难。所以魏纳写那一本书，头一面他写了一个泥曼。
The professor is saying that it's extremely difficult to use water as a non-fabricated material because it's something that contradicts what I'm trying to do with the concept, because the water is being manually pumped into the tanks, and my rebuttal to that was this water purpose is not originally for the meditation space, it's for irrigation and like the use of the
但是我希望咱俩对照。你现在有普遍的一个，今天来了大伙儿对着那种，充满了教育意的，一个都是这样的状态，他没有去要和别人对话的。我刚才有个希望，我说能不能孩子们都坐在前头，看着他们演干，
是不是都围着你？围着你，大娃娃在前面围着，小娃娃在屁。
Like he's saying that I'm still thinking too logically and I should be more emotional and use more like pathos.
他刚才回答
do more research.
他可能您没听到，他说这个水它也 不是没有价值在这个水坑里，它这水是从尼罗河或者是自然水汇集在这个坑里，然后呢，这水蓄积到一定阶段，它就会灌溉整个这个绿洲。他认为这个水呢，也是拥有它也是用来去哺育这个绿洲的生命。就这是他刚才的这个回答啊。
他对水的感觉。我建议你看一看那篇文章。
好的。
有一个小斯坦体，
不是语文课，
你背一句小斯坦体，水由清冽，背一下。这个空流不得了，写的太好了。那水，那鱼在水里头好像在蒸笼一样。所以啊，我是说呀，不客气讲，如果你对传统文化一点没有，这个将来是麻烦，很麻烦。刚才那个姑娘走了吧？哪个当老师？
走了。
啊，因为有一天那个谁呀，为什么？有一种在 MD， 我说你看一看，党兄们那么多乱的。我说你关注一些传统嘛，党兄把 MD 带到福乐寺大学龙岗，全公司来考他，来一次考他，在司马遗址，让文化遗址考。我说你也带个，说这个你得和朱培讲。哎呦，我说你真是官员，对官员说话就这样。你说你是个副院长，你不能带朱培是正院长，他有官大小。有的和官小没关系，这就是这样。所以我是说，如果我们有一个，也就是说大家没有这些传统文化那种感情。刚刚接了一个电话，我刚给他回信，正在这儿写一个，是上海那个孙周兴，上海最大的孙周兴的博士后，我发了一篇牛论，让他自己来讲的。
好的。好 ，Chris，
所以没有这种情感的话，你离不开那种理性，走不出来。
我们一会儿再总结，先让那个 Chris 老师继续讲。Chris。
Okay, thank you. Well, I was listening to the conversation, and well, first of all, I also like this project a lot, and I think the challenge in this project, or also the fascinating aspect of this project, is that you are basically using a piece of infrastructure which is existing, and that's quite interesting. And so I think maybe I a little bit disagree with what just was said. So I think you're on the one hand, you are very like romantic in a sense, and at the same time, it is somehow hardcore infrastructure. Yes, I agree, but this really is a nice combination. And additionally, you know, I would love to see actually, although I like the surface of your tank a lot, but you know that there is a playground right now, so it would be even better if you show all the kids playing up there. It could be very powerful. Just imagine all the kids there, and then below you have this calm and amazing space. So this would be quite powerful. So again, I really like this project. It's strong. It's unique as all the other projects of the students. So it's really an enrichment. One little comment I also want to make, as I did before, when you think about adding this to your portfolio or something, please rethink the renderings. I know this was maybe an issue of time. I'm totally fine. But you also have, as many other students, these amazing hand drawings in the beginning. And maybe you want to kind of resketch some of your drawings to really support your essence, because you really, with this project, you really catch the people on an emotional level, and you want to continue. As I also like this model in the front, so it's really powerful. Great work. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor.
it's also related to 刚刚高老师说的那个桑拿的那个项目。就我刚刚看你这个项目的时候，其实我想到了那个耶路撒冷的 Wailing Wall。你知道 Wailing Wall 上面有植物的地方，是因为 condensation。you know, so 和刚才这个包老师讲的那个，就是这水滴的那个建筑里面有人，外面才有出现水滴，是同一个道理。也就是说，就是你这个表面，它有一个很好的 pattern texture， 但其实水的expression 在这个表面上稍微弱了一点。就如果说因为 Nile River, I mean, it is a gift from God, but it is also a disaster, right? The abundance of water, but also at the same time, Egypt has an extreme lacking of water. So I think that contrast, that struggle with water, I think you can further express it on the surface of the tank. Yeah.
然后高老师问你，
没事，还有个图要放上头，你放一个看一下，没关系，就讲，你都是第一证，这样我可以能做到这里。
我高中的很多，
对，OK，我刚才要看一点你画的画。
做油画，然后做 PPT。
还有吗？
还有，但是这个没有 PPT， 所以就可以在线下，
写生有，
在手机上有。
写生
写生有。
我
一会儿在那个手机上给。
他写生的发的挺有看的，我刚才就拿着我手机做这个。
对。您给那个 MAD， 我总想问您，您给 MAD 做这么多年的那个咨询讲课，
不存在咨询
哦，讲课
是
那个您又说这个建筑师从这个 form 直接 translate 到就是从那个形态，然后或者说看到一个什么东西，又把它直接直译成一个形状。那这个工作方法在 MAD 是常用，您一般怎么来就是讨论，就是看他们项目，您一般怎么提出您的这个？
很简单，不管他俩在不在，因为我不是顾问。我当然就看最新的设计，竞标的设计，看完了之后呢，我给 MAD 好几个群，一个 MAD 学术群，这个都是头的，不到20个人，另外还有一个在 MAD 工作的，还有从 MAD 走的，这就3个群了，就是我看完了之后，我对这个项目提出我具体，然后就因为这个项目有的是保密的嘛，竞标的嘛，那我就发给他们俩，展群买中 Yosuke，另外有可能的正在做的项目，这我可能发到 MD 学术群，我的学术观点呢，那我就敞开的发，最新的一个马来说我们俩对话，那我就发给展群，第2个问题是这样。我还有你展群说包老师不要把我们都给泄露了，你这因为我这个我发的防卫特别广，我申了好几个群，因为学术观点，比如我这次到这儿来，我特别强调我发了一个东西，我讲了一个关键的东西，刚才给他们发了，他们给我发了，那谁那个，就是我特别想用我当前建筑界和艺术界的思维方法，
对，是的。
这个我特别写了一个，
对，
包括那个空间的概念是什么，都谁讲了？比如勃兰姆普松怎么想的？给美国老头子100了块，就做不到100吧，他到上海来，我说你到北京，因为14年呢，为了讲课，党群派了一个人到我家上班半年，帮我整理文件搞，所以这一点我也很感谢他们。有一年晚上带研究生，听汇报的时候，谢校长说了一句：“包老师，今天听汇报的还 MD 顾问包了。”我说我没听说有这事儿。好，马上我就不要这样啊。我基本是这样一个态度，和他没有任何文字上的或者名义上那个都没有。就是偶然有一次我去了，一帮岁数大的人、外来的人不知道来这老头是谁，问了党群这什么人，党群说了一句：“这是我们家长的。”也就这么问。所以为那事你给我当家长，我说当不了那么多。所以我和大家是一种关注的关系。不是我不负责任。有时候党群晚上说过来，包老师也过来过项目这个说对我收获最大。就是最新的设计、竞标的设计，那我提出我的意见。但有一点，我说完了，你这事就和我毫无关系了。你比如像衢州那个项目，那个高县公园的老两口子介入了，那环境很问题，极力要把那滩水里头搁一个岛上。我说我坚决反对，让它破坏了。那个水是不需要人进入的，那个如果进入就是公园的水。一段有了，一段没了。最后做了一个什么提案？沙岸，你想那个项目，义乌大剧院还算可以的，一叶扁舟那个做的还好的，那个衢州体育公园也不错的，但不完，但最后解读，包括马上讲，我说解读和我一点关系，我不赞成这种解读。那个解读是晚上说是大地艺术，我说你也回到林荫那去了，林荫最后无路可走了，你最后林荫把草地变成波浪起伏的一个逻辑的东西，那完蛋了就。所以林荫我是很想，因为我讲了几次林荫在专门讲林荫他的思维，就是82年那个林荫的那个自然纪念碑，我因为那个很好，但后来可惜了，这个很可惜没走出来。最后一位，我觉得记位数我记不住人名。
首先就
其他晚上做模型吧，对，可能落了一些进度，就是做完。然后
这么猛还能来汇报？
放了一个那个站长，首先从城市，就前面应该也是讲，就是它东边有一群陆地，所以这个城市相对于其他，它其实我认为最大的特色在于，就是这种已经是一些比较受人的，在于这，它这个城市里面是。因为什么原因导致？对，所以我们去发掘这个源头。记得特别清楚，就是做起来当时说这个城市的， 就是说希望是在这个年纪的一个理想空间，一个就是这些同样的人们在这里能够。所以我想，这个城市它其实最根源，就是在于就是这种长久的去存在的东西，在所知道一些找你始终的东西，当时是要找一个艺术形式，给我们去思考。所以我就讲一个历史悠久的艺术形式，就是雕刻。雕刻这个东西，它在埃及其实是一个非常包括像是这样，都是大家所看的。而且原始的埃及人他们在做这件事情的时候，其实是通过这种比较深，就是去亲手去这样的去捕捉这些岩石，去感受这些自然的东西，然后去把它转译成是非常有意思的。那么在进一步学习石刻的这个文化的过程中，我发现它就是经历了一个转变的过程。一个是就是从浮雕变成下凹的。它这个原因是因为就是古王国时期的大部分建筑在地下，所以它在雕刻的时候不需要考虑光线的问题。但是当它进入到西方的时候，这些陵墓建筑转到地上，所以它需要更好的去利用这个光线，所以它发展了这样的形式。就是找了一些资料。所以当时就是做一个公平，就是去看这个凹下去的，凹下去了，发现它其实跟这个城市的关系或者就是机理非常就是有关系的。这个城市它就像我雕的这个力量模型，它就是一部分凹陷结构的前面，他们生活在这样的地方，死亡的地方。所以这个城市本身是性的这样的东西，对，就进一步去学习了这个城市发展的历史，发现它在3个反应时期、埃维的时期还有马姆时期，就是他们在进行城市中心的迁移的时候，他们所对应的目的也会进行迁移。相当于是说，如果把这个城市看作是一个人，那么它在生长过程中，它这个对应的这个另外一部分被大家所忽视的东西，它也去就是跟着它去一步一步的去生长。因为它们是可以形成一个对应的关系，这就画了一个对应关系，就学习了石刻的这种分层去刻东西、分层去记录的方式。像城市发展的历史，它就是像是这些城市的迁移、这些墓地的转变，这些对于城市机理的凹或者凸，就是都是对于这个城市的改，就像石刻往上面雕上去的东西一样。所以在这个过程中，逐步去思考，其实凹和凸可能是一个相对的东西。结合埃及的2种主要的宗教形式，伊斯兰教、他们这2种宗教其实都是，就是对于生死这件事情，在实际上有相通之处。比如说伊斯兰教认为生是死的起点，死是生命之总结，是生命下一世的开始。其实他们是就是叫影响宗的。然后这个是爱社的东西，然后对于古埃及人也是这样子，因为古埃及它诞生于民，所以它就是深深受影，就是认为人是有灵魂的这样。当你和掌握一次的时候，所以就尝试去做这个城市一些个时空关系的对应比喻。就是到底能在一个城市里面哪些东西是穿越时空的限制， 哪些东西是构成了哪些时空的东西构成了我们现在的。所以我提出了比较3种典型的建筑，一种是清真寺，清真寺它象征的生命，是对于这样的。然后另外一种是陵墓建筑，陵墓建筑是在凹下去的陵，然后它是对于一个死亡的一个纪念。然后另外一种东西是博物馆，就是就是当你进入博物馆的时候，你会跟这个学术理解就特别走在大街上，家里是不一样的，因为你进入了一个新里面，所以你穿着，所以主要是对这3种建筑去进行一个对应的分析，然后画了一张这样的图，这座城市里面就是它的故事，它就是有着不同的纹理，然后这些博物馆还有清真寺还有
文脉线，
文记，
那个麦克风里的那个这个机器的音量降低，让它发生。
听这个，好的，然后这些东西是在平面上的，然后像博物馆、清真寺还有这个陵墓建筑这些东西，它是穿越时空的存在，所以它是一个立体锥子形的东西扎在这里，然后又去画了一下他们时空场域的这样的一个影响的图，比如说对于清真寺来说，他们会和周围的清真寺发生关系。然后当人们行走在这2个清真寺共同具有的地方的时候，他们就是对于这个城市的理解就会，不太一样。所以人们是受着这些历史建筑在开罗这个老城区里面的位置关系，然后还有历史的时长，去认识并且生活在这座城市里面的，所以做的一个是时空场域的分析。然后对于这些个建筑它的场域互相影响的部分，我去做交线，然后做了大概是4种交线，然后最后交在一起，然后去与我们的这个 set 的这个公园去发生，就是找一些关系吧，找一些重叠或者怎样，然后发现最后它有3个点再交在一起，然后求了一个中心点去找我的 set。这个是当时画的一些图，对。这是清真寺之间互相影响的，然后这个是陵墓建筑，然后是清真寺和陵墓嘛，然后是博物馆和他们，对，但是这个过程中充满了几何的不确定性，所以试图去以一种更为具象的方式去理解这种就是建筑对于人在这个城市中行走的这样的一个感受的这个影响。所以是在这个场域周围选择了3个最具有典型性的博物馆、陵墓还有清真寺，然后我们假设就是人从这些个场域出发，当他们在博物馆里面看到一些东西，或者说在陵墓建筑里面看到这些东西，或者说他在清真寺里面看到清真寺里的东西，他在到达这个公园之后，会对公园就是会怎么看待这个公园？就是他经过了那些建筑的影响之后，他对于这个公园的理解是不一样的，所以他对于这些这个公园里面的就是他认为比较重要的东西，或者说值得体验、值得游览的地方也是不一样的，所以就是把这个公园的这个进行了一个不同坐标的一个解构吧，就是分析。比如说像从陵墓建筑出发，它可能会更多的去关注这个公园中人不太会去常走的一些比较有阴影的地方，或者说比较狭窄的地方，或者说就是消极的空间。然后对于清真寺来讲的话，它可能会更重视那种真主的崇高性，所以它会去找
比较高的点，或者说是有典型性标志性建筑物的地方。然后第三种是博物馆，对于博物馆来讲，它可能是对于这些有时空发生影响的这样一个场所更敏感，所以它可能会更关注这座公园里面的一些历史遗迹之类的东西。对，所以做了一些个结构分析，然后把它们就是放在一起，再求一下它们的焦点，就差不多是找到了这个位置，就是在公园的这个山脊的地方。上次这个 set 模型是被物业阿姨给扔了，然后这次做的 set 就巨大无比，然后就根本搬不动，所以就没有拿过来。但是大概是在这条山脊线上，然后这边是生的地方，然后这边是死亡之城，然后我希望就是这座建筑能作为生和死之间的一个媒介，它不一定是沟通的桥梁，但是它需要介于两者之间去思考这样的一个关系。所以我在去想这个东西它应该长什么样，然后我们就进行了一些建筑的学习，比如说对于这个埃及的这个陵墓，它的一些时空序列的分析，然后发现它的神性的地方会发生在最后的那个节点，或者说对于伊斯兰教，发现他们对于这个光线的运用，是跟这个建筑的几何形式很有关系的。然后还有就是比如说神圣空间，它要把神圣空间给放到就是最里面去，对，就是这是不同的文化对于就是这个空间使用的一种理解吧。然后这个是对于伊斯兰教的一些几何形式的分析。主要的发现就是我可以用锐角，因为他们经常就是会出现一些锐角。然后这是其实是一些就是当时那个 Mohawkness 一个伊斯兰教跟凹凸型有关系的这样的一个建筑的形式或者装饰形式，就是他们那个进行祈祷的拱顶上会有这些挖下去的空间，然后这些空间会构成一个比较好的感觉，但是他们在平面上投影下来却是一个比较规则的这个几何的形式。对，所以当时就看到了这个就是 Mohawkness 的这个图，然后觉得他去创造这样一种空间氛围，其实是非常有意思的，因为它让我想起了埃舍尔的这个余惑空间的这幅作品，就他们非常非常的像。当时就是我在进行城市分析的时候，对于这个空间最初的理解就是说我希望它能够不带有什么宗教性。然后不带有那些沉重的东西，我希望以一个比较轻的方式，一个稍微偏现代的方式去化解这两个宗教之间的一些个，就是一些沉重的部分，所以我需要一些没有意义的语言，或者说是没有宗教属性的语言，没有特殊的文化场域的语言去构建我的空间。所以这幅图片给了我启发，就是它通过一些复杂空间的，就是这个运用吧，反正就是去创造了一个就是无象性，没有具体的指向性这样的一个空间，挺好玩的。对，所以我就试图去结合里伯斯金的一些画作，然后去把我的那个城市的时空的图给它翻译了一下，然后这个翻译的手法就是用的这个凹凸的这样一个方式，然后我把这些个时空场位之间的对应的影响，然后还有它们的穿过时空，把它投射到了一个2维的平面上，然后大概这个是我的一个就是素材库，可能是就是去生成下一步形式的一个基础。对。然后这个是里伯斯金的一些的作品，然后最后就转出了这么一个形式，但是这个形式它是不够的，因为它需要与人的结合体验去结合起来。对，所以就在这个基础上进行删删减减，然后结合我的概念。所以首先去分析这个空间吧，就是它有很多的凹或凸的这样的一个空间。
然后它有适应于对外界交流的，然后也有适应于就是比较自闭的一个空间。然后所以去结合我的概念再去提炼一下，就生成了下一个逻辑，就是我去怎么使用这个空间。那么去使用这个空间其实是应该与去使用这个空间应该就是与我的场所有关系，就是它要在生和死之间去创造一些东西。所以去结合了前面说过的这个埃及或者说伊斯兰教他们对于生命的理解，就是他们认为生命是有一个发展的阶段，然后跟自然崇拜的那些自然的语汇是一样的，出生、生长、结果、生育和死亡。所以我想可能就是在我们从这个 set 的我们进入这个空间到我这个游览结束，那么可能经历了这样的一轮过程或者更多。那么由于是我们这样一个就是在生和死之间的这样一个部分，所以可能就是它不仅仅是局限于我挖下去之后留下来的那个部分，而是说我挖下去的那个部分它同样也具有着意义。所以就是它是一个就是就是一个它的实体和负空间都有含义的这么一个空间吧。然后它就是有一些游览的形式，这是它的西立面。为什么要选在西立面呢？因为在埃及的这个理解中，就是他们认为太阳落下的地方是新生的开始，所以我把这个西边的部分作为我的入口。那我在入口的时候就要面临一个选择，就是左边是一个很明亮的空间，然后右边是一个向下的空间。所以当人们在这样城市的这样一个场域中去游荡的时候，他们就像在草丛中的蚂蚁一样，就可能忘记了自己的来处和自己的归处。他们可能对于这个城市的空间它是麻木的，所以当他们误入这个空间的时候，他们可能就是要做出一些选择，他们要走哪里，然后就开始玩。然后我是设想了就是身体和灵魂的两种体验方式。就是因为对，就是灵魂的那一部分，它其实身体是进不去的。然后这个地方具体怎么游览，我后面再说。其实身体只有一个地方能进去，但是它从空间的组织上，它是身体和灵魂一起去游览的。那么首先是这个刚刚进入的这个部分，就是刚刚进入的这个部分，身体可以进入的部分是一个比较长的序列性的入口，然后它刚开始会收缩，然后会长大，就像是一些东西的起源一样，它是一个流线的比较温柔的空间。就像是这个埃及的城市诞生一样。所以在这个地方的时空它是比较流淌的和温柔的。那么当我们进入右边这个门的时候，会发现就是里面是一个有很多从上面掉下来的空间，然后一个比较朦胧的空间。就是对于灵魂的出生而言，它就是比较一个朦胧的，然后远处的这样的一个体验，空间体验。然后第二个部分是身体与灵魂，它在成长的过程中去交融在一起，所以在这个游览过程中，人他从室外进入了室内，然后他进入了室内，在室内空间中去走。然后身体它其实在成长的过程中没有特别的重要，因为我们指成长一般都是指灵魂上的成长，所以他们达到第二个重要的这个空间的时候，他会发现就是在身体成长的这个路径上是比较急促，他好像在等待着什么，就是他在等待着他思想上的一个进步，然后在思想上他会去经历一些个比较痛苦的部分，跟老师刚刚说的被打屁股这样子，然后对，然后对于城市的发展，可能就是像战争或者说是什么专制啊、鲜血这些东西吧。所以第二个空间
它的这个灵魂的部分是相对来讲比较尖锐的一个地方，它会让你去思考，就是这些东西的意义，所以这个地方的水分是凝固的。然后第三个部分是，就是你身体其实没有游览太多，它主要是灵魂它去进行一些游览。然后他在这个空间中经历了一个比较压抑的空间，他去思考自己是谁，然后他又进入了下一个身体，这是灵魂的一个轮回。但是其实这个事情没有结束，因为身体它没有游览到那么多，所以他在出口的时候，他会看到一个有意思的这个景观，就是这个是上坡的阶梯，它其实可以从这里直接出去。但是这边有另一个门，就是他没有游览完这个，所以而且他在走这条道路的时候，因为它是交错的嘛，所以他会注意到这个建筑里面有另外一部分的东西是他没有走过的，是他没有被探索的，所以他就会被吸引到这个没有走过的地方去，然后他再回来，就是说回来去走那些他没有走过的空间。所以它会形成一个就是流线上的一个交织，就是当身体它从这边走上来之后，它会被吸进来，然后它再反着灵魂的方向走回去，然后去发现一些它的结果的空间。比如说它从这里是成长，那么到第三个空间，它这里是结果，然后生育它就这样子下去，然后再到这个灵魂曾经经历过磨难的地方。然后再去游览他没有体验过的空间。那么他在走回来的时候，会走在灵魂身体曾经走过的这个地方的下一层，他会发现他走过的这个成长之路，它其实下面还有一层，它下面还有一层，他必须要经历第二次的成长。就他经历第二次成长的时候，他才能够算是完整的游览完了这个空间。那么它在最后的这样一个就是内部的神圣空间去产生一个交互，然后这才算是走完了它的一个。所以在做模型的时候，我本来是想要去做一个单纯的就是凹下去的空间的，但是那个石膏它拆不开，而这正好就是非常又正好契合了，就是我的想法，就是我去强调的是这座城市它所经历过的一些东西，它有两面的东西，它没有办法分开，它们就是纠缠在一起，它们是一体的。所以它以这样的一个方式去呈现，就是这种时间的这样一个力量和时间的这种多样性。所以回到最后，我们的这个城市认知，就是我们会发现，就是在陵墓中生活的人，他们就是往往是处于一种非常麻木和空洞的状态的，就是他们跟正常人的生活体验其实可能在物质上主要是贫穷，但是精神上它更是贫穷，它是就是部分失去了自己生活的灵魂或者自己的想法的这样的一个躯体，因为底层的很多人他都是这样子。所以希望能够以这样的一个空间去引导他们，就是说，虽然说灵魂不会脱离身体去存在，但是我们可能会，在一些苦难中，在城市的苦难中，就是去磨灭了自己的灵魂。那么其实我们可以去试试去把它找回来，就是我们去想想我们曾经经历过什么，然后就是把自己的路再走一遍，就会发现有新的体验，然后这才算是经历了一轮的成长和认知的蜕变。好的，然后就是这些，谢谢老师。
很建议你做时间的博物馆，其实你做的是悖论的博物馆，人生的悖论、时间的悖论、空间的悖论、城市的悖论、生命的悖论，非常好。我听一下其他的 critic， 因为今天时间有限啊。好，咱们听一下巴老师。
我的感觉就是，怎么说呢？想的太多了， 你考虑的那么全面，但那些都是理性的事，包括博物馆清真寺，你也用色线交叉点，这种没有一个是一种就你情感上怎么回事，那个没有。我想这个还是比较严重，完全是一些理性的。你考虑的太多了，石刻、窑图、生命、永恒，这些都是大得不得了的。但是你那个窑图居然对你那么大影响，上来就是一个埃及浮雕的那种拜法，最后又成了，你又说了好几次，城市建筑和窑图。艾舍尔出现了2次，为什么？艾舍尔想说明什么问题？因为它是个置换艺术，幻觉的，不存在的。你怎么会想到艾舍尔和埃及的清真寺那种斗拱那个怎么会联系到一起？
那个斗拱它那个几何的分法，我们叫做
问题艾舍尔是这个斗拱是一个现实，艾舍尔是一个不现实。
它是这样，它的联系呢，就是说它那个斗拱的分法呢，它是有一个正一个负，然后它正的它是一个图案，它的负的也是一个图案，然后
这个现在那
也是这样，
那个
正
那个标志上 logo 上这种字太多了。
我知道，但是呢，就是说它正和负从
但是对你的精神影响什么？那是方法，而是这种方法不贴切，形式完全是外表形式。这个他很少谈到对某一事件的一种发自内心的个人的情感，这个看不。最后一个你也对生命这个死亡和生命这个主题的论述，这个论述最后在那里头那个太复杂，很难理解。那个姑娘呢，基本上比较简单，好坏比较简单，但你这个在那里头有一个生命存在的那个过程，那太复杂。这种复杂就是你的思维方法，你考虑的太多。而且对于埃及的一个窑图，这个并不是重点的，石刻也不是埃及重点，都不是埃及文化重点。埃及文化重点的一个对埃及对天文学的那个尼罗河的泛滥的规律性的掌握，这在埃及。另外一个金字塔，金字塔是追求永恒的。另外还它那几个柱子都不算，方尖碑，目前大部分都在，大概有几十个吧，欧洲最多到美国的方尖碑都被抢。方尖碑，所以就这种在文化上联系，就是你谈这些不是文化联系的内容，而是文化上历史的，比如浮雕也好，艾舍尔也好，其实是斗拱也好。都是外部形态、形式，不是精神，不是精神。所以这种思维方法，我想还包括那个刚才那个小伙子也有这样。对精神上头2个，一个女孩，还有一个男孩。他们对这个精神境界一开始还是不清楚的。不管是格线也好，不管是那个这2个精神境界，一开始他有个精神境界在那支撑了，想创作这样，这点明确的。但是你上来就是完全是一些人，上来就是第一幅图就是埃及浮雕，而且还有一个就是把埃及街道建筑立起来和那个古埃及人就重叠一些的，那个我都不知道什么意思。就这种好像耽误了你的这一类的工作，耽误了你大部分精力。一开始不明确。
好，
我就感觉
好，我们听一下那个 Lydia。
Lydia，好，
听一下 Lydia 给他。
没有，给他。
哦，高老师说完了。
我没有了，
没有了，
我说完了。
的确就是 你想了很多，但这个也是我觉得你是个人能力很强的一个设计师，所以你同时想了很多，也做出表达了很多，但有一点我觉得是很清楚的，就是你的起始，你从这个埃及的这个浮雕开始，然后在浮雕的雕刻逐渐三维化的一个进程，一个演化，我觉得是很清晰的。有趣的是，我觉得你对这个项目 your struggle to look for the eternal or your thinking about time and what is eternity, your questions about life is almost similar to how the Egyptians have struggled. You know, the Egyptians pride themselves. 就鲍老师我就说，就是他跟埃及人的这个挣扎，对于时间的拷问，对于生命的终点，这种很虚的这种问题的考虑呢？
图和都那个什么清真寺那些和他这个主题是联系不上的。
对，我就说他是的确想很多，但是这个我就是看他这个这个过程和他的作品就能感觉出来，这种人的这种那个不自我放过的，就是人的挣扎，就是很清楚。我觉得这个就我看到这个，就是我就觉得，如果你这个项目同样是一个 sacred space， 让你做一个 sacred space， 你同样的项目，你放在 Buddhist environment 或你放在 Christian environment， 我会觉得就是你知道吗？就是太过了，手法太重了。但是我觉得在开罗呢，就是 it's appropriate。I mean of course 就是如果你说你再简化一些，或者再提炼一些精华，我觉得肯定还是有空间。但是呢，我觉得你的过程是非常真诚的，因为it's an authentic process where you started with your process and where you are at this point. I think it's quite authentic.
我再说两个，我讲这次出的题目还挺好，这个题目出的就是在这个公园里分享，我说这个题目出的好。虽然我没有去这个地方，但这个题目但是就普遍存在一个所谓在思维上，你不能一切就抓住我想表达什么，没有这种强烈的欲望，没有。这个
需要时间，他们
不强烈，
还小，他们很小，
他们还小，对，
不在大小。
我看他们好几位都很有希望。
我用这个不在年龄大小，就是人家一说话，人家给你个题目，我马上去讲，我想做的。
对，这样的孩子，一个年级可能碰上一个两个。
对，欲望和冲动。
这个还是
不是欲望冲动，就是要培养这样一个，否则的话
有这样的学生，但是这个非常少，对，非常少。
没有关系，我们需要给他们时间。
您说的这个状态我也见过，很少，对。
我过去曾经在 MD 说过那样，我关注的0.01%的人。
对。
极少数。
我要寻找这样。
对。
因为一旦你在生命当中抓不住自己想干什么，不管你做什么的，你从杂有准的到当书记、当院长都是一样，没有用。每个人也有这个意思，
都要听一听。
你要解释一下吗？
其实
你当一个厂长，最后你找不着北领导，当那官有什么用？你当个院长，人都不知道北。我刚才讲，对不起，德云坊就这情况，没有意义。
不同的观点都要听。
所以对待青年人来说，善于把握自己的，第一个把握自己的命运，第二个人家给了一个题目，不管做什么，找出那个命脉在你。如果找不到的话，那个太强了。这种情况目前在今天我看到的，基本上是，因为我们学的是理工科，就是这样。所以当年那个马拉松21大学得奖了， 当年的都在这个吃饭都在一起，坐我身边，每人还有那个 party。
对对对，
一大屏幕一放，马上说：“哎，别放，不喜欢。”世界杂志他们清华叫我写一篇文章，我一句赞扬。
可以，
他
也是赞扬，
没
真诚的。
他驾驭不了
他们
那个
也是
项目。
赞扬
你得奖或者以后，我不关心这个，他驾驭不了。我去了3次那个，他没驾驭。
真诚的评判也是赞扬。
OK， 包老师，一会儿再总结啊。Chris，what's your opinion, please?
Yes, I want to make it very short since it's very late already on your side of the planet. So I also think that this is a beautiful project. Maybe if I could say a few words, it's here and there. There's a certain tendency that it's too complex, but apart from that, I think it creates beautiful moments of space, light, and shadow, and it really fits well to the narrative. So thanks a lot, and it's again a great enrichment to the core of the semester. It has really a lot to do with creating these metaphysical spaces for meditation and contemplation. So thanks a lot.
Okay, so the girl actually put a lot of like a Chinese narrative along the discovery of the space, which in my opinion is very enthusiasm about the storytelling. I think is something very gifted inside the student herself. It shows a great talent of way of thinking in which that a little bit a super real way of thinking try to combine all this gigantic topic together within the space. I think that's very, very interesting. The student might be like a script writer somehow, which will be a very I think is larger than project itself, which is very, very powerful. Okay.
我简单总结一下，这个项目呢是非常成功了，我觉得啊，因为呢从头到尾我们的研究都是连贯的，然后呢你也切到了从哲学和我们的这个建筑和空间的深度，也创造了新的语言啊。这接下来说的这些呢，跟我之前跟你说的一样，继续去思考，就是呢要简洁一些，提炼出你重要的东西。有些东西呢，你需要这个进去这个空间，你就知道哪里加哪里减，那之后再说了。假如说你想要我的 opinion 的话，之后在微信上我再跟你说。因为今天时间有限，我只能说这是一个非常好的项目啊，你做得很好，就从头到尾啊，整个是连贯的。我们一看到你的努力，然后这是一个非常成功的项目，从你的 site plan 到所有的这些 technique，都比较令我们满意，因为有你自己个人的 craft 在里边。有你自己个人的感受在里边，你不是随便做一个 site model， 对吧？你不是随便做一个 architecture model， 然后这些空间都有你自己个人的解读在里边，然后你也很努力的去解读我们整个课题以及这些大的问题，好吗？所以我就说非常好。那这个OK， 好，您说
这个作品和环境到底是什么关系？这个形状到底和环境什么关系？
考虑一下，认真考虑一下。
没有，就一句话。
好，非常好。那今天的课呢，先请我们包老师对所有的学生进行一个总结，就所有的。
我的意思，我看了有3个项目，我比较满意。第一个、第2个，最后那姑娘那个，我还觉得，中国建筑师该走出来了。扬努维尔还是模仿一个自然形态，托马斯·赫斯维克，英国的最年轻的、最能干的，他也还是重复着英国的自然主义建筑。虽然他在全世界，3年前接了4个大活，从伦敦桥到纽约的码头，到上海莫干山，到中东的一个商业，那个很显然，该我们出场了。 改中国的建筑。
是时候了啊。
我们关注的是人类的命运，没有。
好，非常好，感谢你，Lydia。
一会儿我写一个。
好的，太感谢了，Lydia。
我就不总结了。
啊，你不总结了？Okay, good. Chris, you want to say something as the conclusion? As the conclusion of the
我
semester.
给人起了一个大胖娃娃的。
这个好。
啊，挺好，挺好。
So,
Conclusion for the whole
yes, my
semester.
for the whole semester. I think you know, the topics that we were working on this semester, it's really relevant and it's deeply embedded into cultures like the Egyptian one, or also the very rich and old culture of China. So that's why it's kind of interesting that the student brought these elements together. It's really relevant and beautiful in terms of architecture, and so in this sense, I'm happy. I'm very happy with the work, and I want to say thank you to the students, and thank you also for the guest critics of today. It was really a pleasure to listen to you. It's really a pleasure to meet you, and I wish you all the best for the future. And I hope to meet you soon. And if some of the students have questions, just drop me a line. And yeah, let's keep in touch. Thanks a lot. Bye bye.
Okay, keep it there. We're gonna have a little like collection photo with you. Just keep this. Okay, keep this. OK， 我们在这个站一排拍一个照好了。来吧，来，我们先拍个照，他走了。来，来，那个后面同学帮我们拍个照啊，或者你们把手机给他。来，我们今天哪个你要做总结的？来，我一个人。
我都自觉的站着。谁做笔记了？今天开会，有一个人吗？
我把这个老师开，对，老师高一点，哎，看高一点，看高一点，可以。那个，要不然。
对呀，还要记录，不习惯就对记忆。
Okay.
这东西这么高，多高你
？Let's catch up soon and have a nice evening. Goodbye. Bye bye.